Hello, Requiem Metal podcast listeners. Joseph Schaefer from Northwest Terror Fest here, and we are proud to have Requiem Metal podcast as a sponsor this year. In case you haven't heard of Terror Fest, here's what you need to know. Terror Fest is a 3-day heavy metal music festival that's held every year in Seattle, Washington. We've got 2 stages, no overlapping sets, and no barricades. And don't worry about the rain. Terror Fest is all indoors. This year's Terror Fest will be held Thursday, May 8th, Friday, May 9th, and Saturday, May 10th. Our lineup includes some Requiem favorites like Demolition Hammer, Deceased, and, as of now, Agalloch. Not to mention Gorguts, Panopticon, Wormrot, Hyrax, Spectral Wound, Terrorizer AD performing World Downfall, an after party with Tormentor, and many more bands, too many to say here. So for the full lineup, check out northwestterrorfest.com. Plus, Jason, Mark, and I have a special thank you for Requiem Metal Podcast listeners. We're giving away 3 all-weekend tickets. Here's how it works. Log into Instagram, go to the Requiem page, share the post for this episode, and when you share it, tag at NW Terror Fest. That's NW Terror Fest. We will select 3 winners on Friday, April 4th, and then message you if you've won. One more time, share Requiem's Instagram post for this episode and tag Northwest Terror Fest at NW Terror Fest for a chance to win an all-weekend pass. Cheers, Requiem friends. We'll see you in the pit.
Hunter, as an outsider and as a fan, and also as a fellow podcaster who tries to contextualize, history of metal and some of that stuff, where do you see like the impact that Agalloch had on the American metal scene as you kind of look back over the last couple decades, in terms of, I mentioned earlier before you got on here about bands like your Deaf Heavens and some of the gaze stuff and the post-black stuff, like. Do you see them as like a crucial sort of linkage in that? Or I mean, I guess
I
you're
wouldn't
now in
even
the
say
band,
a
but go
yeah.
ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't even say a linkage. I mean, I would say a catalyst. I think "In the Shadow of Our Pale Companion" is probably one of the most influential metal songs of the last 2 decades. Um, and I think that Agalloch gave a lot of metal bands permission, especially in America, to reference influences outside of metal. And I don't think I, I don't think many bands have done it with such elegance as Agalloch has. But but yeah, I mean, the Mantle, it just it was a singular thing when it came out, and I think it caught fire, and I think it gave a lot of metal bands courage. And I don't think it was just here either. I mean, I think bands like Alcest.
That's yep.
Um, yeah, I remember the first time I heard Ikai, I was like, "This is Odal," and I love Alcest,
Sure.
but it's like, "Oh, wait a minute, I know this."
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so yeah, no, I wouldn't call it a linkage at all. I mean, I would call it almost a sui generis sort of event.
You just heard a celebration for the death of man, and in the shadows of our pale companion from Aglock's The Mantle record from 2002. This is Agalloch Part One, and this is the Record Metal Podcast. I'm Mark.
And I'm Jason, and heard from a couple of guests there as well. At the very beginning of the episode, Mark, we heard from our good friend Joseph Schaefer, who has been on several episodes, Discordance Axis,
Tribulation.
Tribulation, Coroner, most recently, I
Oh,
think
that's right. Yeah.
Joseph was on with Coroner and stuff, and he, of course, is doing this Northwest Terror Fest and asked if we wanted to kind of do a crossover, and so Agalloch is the headline band for Northwest Terror Fest, so he's offering this really cool opportunity for Requiem fans, not just patrons, but all fans, geographically all over. Hopefully, maybe you would be interested in winning a 3-day pass to Northwest Terror Fest. Deceased, Panopticon, Gorguts, Demolition Hammer, which is a band I'd fucking love to see, and
I saw
because I
him
don't,
last
did
year.
you see him at Decibel? Did
Or
they
wait,
do?
they're playing. I think they're playing this decibel, aren't they? I saw them at
Are they playing
MDF.
this one? Okay, okay. You saw? Okay.
Yeah,
Oh
they were
yeah, did we see him
fantastic.
at? Yeah, we did see him at MDF. I
Yeah,
forgot about that. Yeah, that was sweet. Yeah. So, anyways, really
that was
good
the last
bands,
time in
and
the
so
parking lot.
yes, that was. But yeah, so very cool. Obviously, as soon as this episode posts, and by the time you're hearing this, clearly it will have posted. But there will be go to our Instagram. It's worth probably creating an Instagram, even if you don't have one, just to sort of share this and tag Northwest Terror Fest on there. And yeah, enter yourself into a nice little contest. I don't know what a 3-day pass to a festival costs, but it's definitely not cheap. You know
Probably
what I
over
mean?
$100.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool deal.
Yeah, and
You just gotta.
Joseph Schaefer, he's agreed to get your breakfast every morning and take you back and
Yeah,
forth.
yes, exactly. Yeah, give you a Memphis dry rub. A couple.
Yeah,
A nice like back massage, bottom massage, bottom massage.
yeah, he's
So
he's a very very generous lover.
very generous guy. Yeah, but he just told me he just bought a house, so they've been moving in. So he's had a kind of
Nice.
crazy stuff going on.
They're
So
in
congrats
Portland,
to
right?
Joseph. They're in Seattle. So
Oh,
yep,
Seattle. Okay.
yep, they're up in Seattle.
The
Yep.
housing market there is probably as crazy as everywhere else, so good on them.
I gotta imagine. Yeah, yep. And then we just also heard from Hunter Ginn there. Just he was kind of commenting about the song "In the Shadow of Our Pale Companion" and the impact that the mantle had, and that song in particular there. So it's a little short, little 2-minute segment there coming in there. And Hunter, of course, is the co-host of Radical Research with our good friend Jeff Wagner. And Hunter is also recently the drummer for Agalloch. So when I interviewed John, the main kind of personality of Agalloch, Hunter kind of came in near the end of the interview and got some. It's cool because I got like a new member perspective, but also Hunter was always a fan like us,
Yeah.
and kind of so got a number of different perspectives on how he thinks about that band and stuff like that. So
So before we get going, how do you pronounce his last name?
I asked
John's.
him, and it's
Hogum?
kind of no, it's home, I think. I think it's
Hum?
just pretty like phonetic. Hom. Yeah,
Okay.
Hong. So, yep. The M at the end is definitely there when he said it because I asked him a couple times. So,
Okay.
and if I'm saying it wrong now, John, as you're listening to the episode, just know that we are famous for our mispronunciations, and it's a badge of honor. You should feel, like the if we mispronounce your name, and we do
I'm
that
gonna
all
just
the
have
time,
to
we
say
never.
Hogum now.
Yeah. It's not that. So
Hogum.
we just blame the Midwestern accent. So.
Yeah.
But
We don't have
yeah,
accents.
so yeah, I know. I'm dating this Canadian girl, and she teases us all the time about Michigan accents. And I was like, "What are you talking about? You guys have the accent." So it's like an accent war between the two of us
Get out of
sometimes.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. A boot, yeah. So,
Take your
um,
aluminium and go back to Canada.
yes. So in terms of things that we got going on, we're busy people. We've got for people that are hearing this, this is also as long as it's still you're listening to this like as it drops, the Decibel tour is happening that we are also sort of sponsoring with Mayhem and um oh my gosh, Imperial Triumphant and
Mortice,
Mortice doing some dungeon synth and then new. Oh
new
God, I
skeletal
love these
faces.
guys. Thank you. I always forget. The new throws me off every time because it sounds like somebody's describing like a new record for somebody. I'm like, wait,
Yeah.
what? What's the name of the band? Yeah. Oh, they're new. Okay. So it's like, yeah. Anyways, they're great too. So that's next week for us, the Michigan date. But I'm sure hopefully they're playing near you for American sort of death Requiem fans, and go check that out. It's kind of neat that we got to sort of sponsor that and be part of that. And Decibel obviously is a friend of the podcast. We recently did the episodes with Albert, and so pretty cool. So
Yeah. And for
um,
anybody that had any issue with the episode, the part two of that last episode of the Albert cutting off, that's been addressed and been re-uploaded, and the remaining, I don't know, it's about 35 minutes or something is back there. So we just
yeah,
had a little technical issue, but we've gotten multiple emails about it as well. But just want
yeah,
to say
yeah,
that's figured out, and we've got a plan going forward so that doesn't happen again.
yeah. The goal is probably like just for safety reasons, try and keep episodes to a nice brisk 4 hours or less.
Yeah,
So
four and a half is good. When it
yeah. I
starts
mean, just
creeping to seven, it's
yeah.
intensive for my computer to handle that, and I'm doing Photoshop and all kinds of other stuff on the same machine, so I need to get a designated editing machine for this. So I don't have to worry about this, but that's that's taken care of if anybody cares.
Yeah, no, and we appreciate when that stuff happens. Sometimes it's nice for you guys to reach out because Mark and I will scrub through episodes from time to time, but as we get busier and busier and the episodes get longer and longer, we can't quality control everything all the time, and so sometimes things happen, and so we do appreciate getting that feedback. But yeah, so we've had some patrons and stuff like that sort of reach out. We've had some new patrons as well. We'll talk about them at the end of the episode, but like, we've got our hands in a lot of cookie jars. And again, if you enjoy or you want to be part of that kind of community where a lot of people share music and conversations, and actually, I let the patrons know about this contest before this episode even drops, so they're kind of ready and kind of waiting and anticipating that. So you
Nice.
can go to patreon.com / Requiem podcast and sign up and throw us $5 a month or $10 a month or something like that because
Because we don't
you
have
know
advertising.
we don't have
We have
advertising.
sponsorships, but we don't have
Yeah,
nobody tells us what our content should be or what we
exactly.
can't talk about. Or
And
that's
Mark
too
needs
long. I
a
don't want my health insurance ad when you're talking about Finnish death metal or whatever the hell it
yeah,
is.
exactly. Well, and we use that money for different upkeeks on technology and things like that. Like
Buying physical media.
Mark probably needs a new computer, honestly,
I
to
do.
do the editing for these episodes because we're using like 2010. At least I'm using 2010 technology for
Oh no,
ripping stuff.
I'm 2023 One
Oh,
iMac.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
You just need what is it, more memory or
I need, well,
something?
the great thing in their infinite wisdom is that Apple decided that the memory chips are now fused, like soldered into the circuit board, so you can't
Oh,
swap it out like
cool.
previous. Yeah.
Nice.
So
Yeah.
you're basically stuck, you got forced obsolescence.
Yeah, that's so nice for the environment,
Isn't
forced
that great?
obsolescence.
Yeah,
So
they talk about how much they really want to help with, you know, climate change, global warming, all this crap, and then they
I
they
know.
kick you in the dick with this. So yeah, it's just getting a little tight when, because these are, I mean, I don't know of any other podcast series that go 7 hour episodes.
Yeah, it's the wrestling podcast Laps Fan does like 5.5 sometimes,
Yeah.
but yeah, so
And
we're
it's not
definitely
like a
pushing
live
limits.
stream on, like YouTube where people are just yapping about bullshit. Like these are researched, edited, put together shows.
Yeah.
It's not for
Essentially a
everybody,
6 hour
but
radio show. It's like
yeah,
old school radio format, is
yeah,
kind of what we're going for there. So and speaking of festivals and things like that, if any of you are heading out to the Decibel Beer and Metal Fest in Philly, both myself and Mark and Chris and lots of other people that we know will be there. So let us know, and we'll look out for you. I always like taking photos with some of our like patrons and other people and stuff.
yeah,
So sometimes I talk to you guys on social media and I read emails from you, but I have no idea who you are or what you look like. It's kind of cool to make those connections. And then I'm also going to be in MDF at the end of May for any of you that are doing the Maryland Death Fest there. So Mark's and his partner Lisa are going to the Milwaukee Metal Fest
first time
a
in
little bit
over 20
earlier.
years. Yeah.
I know that's pretty wild. So yeah, if
But
you're there,
we're gonna just be there
find
on
Mark
Friday just to go up and
to see
see.
PL, right?
Yeah, we're visiting family in Chicago, and then it's only an hour up there from where Lisa's brother lives. So we're all gonna go up there and check out PL and Enslaved, and then come right back home.
Oh, that's cool, man. So,
Yeah,
so yeah, I'll be flying solo style for the most part at MDF. Joseph Schaefer will be there, and then our friend Billy Gamble, who I'm going to be staying with, who probably might be staying with us in Philly when we go there too.
Chris
But
Harris.
Chris Ayers, yeah, he'll be there as well.
Okay,
So,
nice,
old friend of the
nicest man in
podcast.
metal, right there.
Yes, I've had Thanksgiving at his parents' house before in down in North Carolina, so it's cool.
He's a
But
great
yeah,
dude.
it's nice to run into people. That's a long ass festival, so I'll be probably taking a lot of timeouts throughout that. So
Yeah,
let me know if you're there, and maybe we can grab a drink or get a bite to eat or something, or just like
step
wander off into the
outside.
shade for a bit. Yeah, something. So, but yeah, man, broken wrists and house stuff, and I had a collapsing roof, and just the all kinds of things been going on, and you're building a house and you got a fucking toddler and
Jesus. Yeah,
crazy shit, man.
it's great, but it's yeah, looking back at the week, it's a weird mix of Groundhog Day where every day is kind of the same,
Yeah,
but it's also like these huge milestones, like everything they say about having a toddler, having a like how quickly kids develop and stuff, like unbelievable where he's at right now. So he's in his fourth week of swimming lessons at 13 months old. And he's
yeah,
doing pretty well, but he is so interested just watching everybody else that he's just kind of like the instructor comes around and he's like always making comments that he just looks so serious because he's just checking everybody out. But he's having a
yeah.
blast. We're having a
He's just
blast
like
seeing him.
processing, man. He's
Yeah.
just taking it all in. It's cool. So
And then
very
if
cool.
anybody is an Edge of Sandy fan, I think last week or the week before, Elegy came out, which is all their demo recordings or part one of their demo recordings on LP and CD. And Chris Dick did all the liner notes for all these reissues, and I did the cover for this for Elegy number one, and that's the first new album art of Edge of Sandy since I don't know when the last thing might have come out, like maybe the Crimson one and two
2001?
together.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's been a
When
long time, so that's like a childhood dream. Like never in a million years would I think I'd be doing a Edge of Sandy cover. So that was
That's
very
incredible.
cool, and Dan and the whole crew were really awesome to work with. So
So if you're new to Requiem, by the way, people, we might be getting some Agalloch fans that are kind of, flocking over, especially, if the band promotes this and stuff, or people who are, hearing about it through Northwest Terrorfest, perhaps, even. But yeah, like Mark said before, it's long form podcasting, lots of historical context, trying to tell the story of the band's history and stuff. Because of the shorter for us episodes that we're trying to do here, Agalloch will end up probably being 3 parts instead of 2, like we would
Hmm.
normally do, just to sort of make it a little digestible. And so we started with the mantle because really everything in this episode is building towards the mantle in a lot of ways. And so we're kind of doing like from a movie making standpoint, you just saw the end of the movie, and we're gonna kind of like do the the building up towards the end, if you will. So it's like the start of Fight Club when you see them with the gun in his mouth, and then he tells you where you're going. So, can you tell Mark that I've started teaching in my film class this last two
Yes,
weeks, perhaps,
absolutely.
and then I taught a lesson on editing literally today. But yeah, so what you get with those opening 2 songs is really the opening of the Mantle, which is widely considered by some, to be their one of their masterpieces. It's their first entry as a Decibel Hall of Fame. Our friend Chris did the interview for that years ago, and it's definitely a pretty big turning point, as Hunter said. In a lot of ways, without the Mantle, you probably, and this is probably something we'll talk a lot more about in part 2 when we actually get into more of the Mantle songs. But I'm going to see Alcest tomorrow night, and that's probably a band. Well, actually, Nage told John literally, like, Alcest wouldn't exist without the Mantle. Like Death Heaven probably wouldn't exist. And regardless of what your feelings on that scene is, it's certainly a vibrant scene that has brought a lot of new people into metal through different means. And so that lives on in a lot of ways because of, I think, some of the things that Agalloch did on albums like The Mantle, and stuff.
Yeah, I
So
feel like
it's
this. I don't know if this is they're the first band to really do like take black metal and mix it with something else. I'm sure there's others, but they were the one that kind of hit in a way that I don't think people really expected. And really, even thinking about this band, I don't ever think about black metal with this band
it's
for
interesting. They're
whatever
like on the
reason.
periphery of it, but it's
Yeah.
it's also not black metal like at all,
No,
and
but the as
it's
far as like a lot of the entry point stuff, there's lots of black metal influence, but they're not a black metal band by any stretch of the imagination. But as far as just like the kind of the periphery stuff, like some of the vocals and like monotonous rhythm and stuff like that, that
Mhm.
Ulver and Burzum and Dark Throne were doing. Like there's a lot
Yeah.
of that, but then there's a more organic, almost like neurosis-y element of the kind of it is the monotony, and then like this pulsing rhythm
Release and
section, and
yeah.
yeah, but there's a
Yep. Yeah.
lot of build, not always delivering, the locust star punch, but
Sure.
you know,
Yeah.
I
Yep.
could,
And definitely when we unpack the Mantle a lot, there's a band we'll talk a lot more about in part 2 that's kind of the almost a template for them. I mean, John talks about it in our interview and also in Chris's interview, and as like, going to see Godspeed You Black Emperor, him and Don, and kind of having like a almost like not I mean, religious experience, but just really being like, okay, like this is a pathway. How can we work these kind of intellectual elements into the things we also love, and I
yeah,
think like that's kind of where they're coming at, but yeah, it's interesting because one thing John will bring up, and I can't remember if it's in some of the excerpts that you'll hear in this episode, scattered throughout, is he sort of jokingly said, he goes, "Yeah, when we were, working on Agalloch, especially Pale Folklore, their first full length record that will be kind of the feature of this episode." He said they were also simultaneously working with Sculptured, and he goes, in my mind, I thought Sculptured was going to be the band that was going to sell records, and Agalloch would just be this really weird side project. He goes, "Boy, was I wrong." So like
yeah,
he never really intended it to be this thing that like people care a lot about. I think he just thought it would kind of be weird and niche, kind of like Ulver. The stuff that
hmm,
he kind of liked. He's just like, yeah, this will just be this thing, but like we're not going to tour. We're not going to, like he never really thought about he didn't want to do interviews. He just was like, I just like making this and this is for me. And it's cool that like we got signed. And yeah, so it's like it's an accidental success story, maybe, where some bands, start bands to have some modicum of success. I think it didn't really matter in a lot of ways. And I think sometimes when you are
Wasn't the
allowed,
driving force. Yeah.
well, and I think sometimes when you're allowed to do that, you kind of get to play in a different sandbox because you just kind of make choices that maybe commercially you shouldn't make. And by default, you open up doorways that end up being like really cool because you're not really concerned with like, I don't know, the traditional album sales or, like making labels happy or, that kind of stuff. And
And I
it's
think
a
with
certain level of freedom.
yeah, with extreme metal, if you're not enjoying yourself, what you're doing, why the fuck are you doing it? You're not getting rich
Yeah,
doing it.
yeah,
It's probably barely even. It's less than a break even proposition for the most part. So like, yeah,
sure.
I would if, but in like the traditional, music industry of, I guess more modernly, there's not that. It used to be like in the 60s and 70s and 80s, they would give bands a couple albums to actually, like what are these guys? Like let them figure their shit out a little bit. And you
Yep.
have all these kind of like iconoclastic bands. And yeah,
And a
I
lot
don't
of them
know if
didn't find
that's
themselves until like album 3 or 4 sometimes. Like look at
yeah.
Bowie. It took him a while,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and stuff. So, um, yeah, and I don't know. I mean, that's kind of one of the things that's nice about like some of these small independent labels in metal. In the end, Records certainly was definitely a smaller independent label in America that they got signed to originally, and I think, you are allowed some level of freedom there that maybe you wouldn't be if you were signed to like, a major or something. You think of like the Columbia earache deal and some of
Yeah.
the things that sort of went good and bad with that, obviously depending on who you ask and which band you're talking about. But you kind of don't have that pressure, and and you're allowed to, like you said, make those mistakes or figure out who you want to be, you know.
Yeah.
Um, and John even talks about it like late. I think it's in this episode. He'll talk about it when we get to Pale Folklore. Like he's like, it was 98 when we were recording it, and like the thing that was going on was like a lot of the bands I liked were using female vocals, so we kind of used them. And he's like, it's the only album we used them on. And he's like, in hindsight, I probably wouldn't have, but it was just like a moment in time of what was going on then. So like
Yeah.
he can even look back at like things that are unique to Pal Folklore that he's like, if I had it to do again, times are different now, but like so he's able to sort of see that side that like Pale Folklore is he's like it's the first album, right? And it's the album, as the famous quote goes, like, bands have had years to make that first album, and then once you get that out of your system, then you can kind of start to do either
Figure
something
out who
really
you really
cool and
are.
creative. Yeah,
Yeah.
figure out who you are, or you're stuck. You know what I mean? Or you're like, do we make the same album again? It's like that second album curse can either be a curse or a blessing. And I think for Agalloch, based on the Mantle, I think it liberated them because then from that point on, they could be almost anything they want because it's like, well, if people like this and people seem to accept this, we can kind of make a black metal record, like they do with Marrow, or you can do this type of record and this, you just kind of do whatever you want from that standpoint. And that's pretty cool. There aren't a lot of bands that are able to just like sort of morph genres and their fans don't care that much. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. I think it
there's
might be
some.
more common now, but the just the acceptance of, people that don't really get into metal sometimes
Yeah,
branch into some of these
that's
other
true.
bands too. But
True.
yeah, any band like, you know, the drinking game, Paradise Lost, Catatonia,
Hmm.
they were making big risky moves,
Hmm.
and a lot of people stuck with them, and they even got a bigger audience after that.
They took a lot of shit for it from some people, but
They
like,
sure did. There's always going to
but
be those people that, I discovered this band when, they did Dance of December Souls, and that was the best thing they ever did, and blah, blah, blah.
oh,
Like those aren't, I don't know, those aren't the kind of people I would want as my fans that just want to, they don't, there's bands that progressed and do something different that sucks. And their older stuff, kind of had something more interesting going on. Um, but I think there's a lot, like if you really are into a band, you're willing to give them a lot of, like My Dying Bride is another one of those that kind of pushed to the outside edges of what they thought could be considered even be the same band. But that was,
hmm,
the 97 era where everybody was kind of,
yeah,
everybody
all
thought
the
death
all
metal
the
was
peaceful
done.
three were kind of going into some pretty wild territory.
Yeah. And
Um,
this is like a, I think I think Pale Folklore is, they still have a lot. a lot of their influences are pretty, you know, emblazed on their sleeve. They haven't quite figured out how to make everything like be their own. They're kind of exercising all those influences and seeing how it works.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So what you heard there, just kind of, we'll talk more about the mantle obviously in part two, but just to at least acknowledge those two songs is, Celebration of Death of Man is like this, kind of atmospheric, kind of a perfect kind of album slash show opener, if you will, kind of setting the mood for a pretty epic record. Um, and it's like one of the first metal bands and albums to use a strummed acoustic guitar, actually. And that was something that Don Anderson, one of the guitar players for Agalloch, he's the guy from Sculptured. He's kind of the one that comes from a more Yngwie Malmsteen, technical death metal. Like he's kind of like the musician, if you will, of the band. More so than John. John's a little more of a feel kind of guy. He
Yeah,
even
that makes
self
sense.
admits he's a little sloppy, a little rougher around the edges. And it's actually funny. I know Mark hasn't got a chance to listen to all the interviews yet, but like John will talk about things he told people in the studio, and he's like, "I want this riff to sound like the moon tearing through the sky," and like they'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And he's like, "No, I just want that sound." And Don's like, "Wait, you want like chorus? You want this?" And he's like, "Yeah, that." And he's like, "That's chorus. You want that?" He like so
Yeah.
like they're like these twin personalities of like technician and like feel, and it's kind of cool because I think that's like part of the ingredients there. But when
I mean
Chris did the Hall,
that's I think that's a really good dynamic to have somebody
yeah.
who's more of like an intellectual or more like this like understands music inside and out, and then somebody who has interesting taste
Mhm.
and like help me figure out how to make this sound like I want it to. But like
Sure. Yeah.
together that's great, but usually separate they don't really work quite as well. Like I know most people I know that are really good technical musicians aren't really that interesting players. They can play
Sometimes.
anything,
Yep.
but they don't really write interesting music.
You need
It's always the
somebody to
people
like
that are
guide them.
struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You need like somebody that understands songs, and can
Yeah.
like write good songs to like bring in that tech. I mean, I think it's like, George and Don with Dokken, on some
Totally.
level, So,
I mean, yeah,
but
Don
one of
could come up with a good riff, a good
and
hook, and
yep.
then you throw it at Lynch and it puts it over the top. But
Whereas Lynch and Lynch Mob, there's not really memorable stuff as much there.
no,
But
unfortunately
because
not.
you need Don to make the hooks.
It's
So.
true.
But yeah, speaking of other Don Anderson, when he did the Hall of Fame with Chris, he sort of mentioned that one thing that they observed with metal is that most acoustic guitar in metal was finger picked, like in a classical style.
Yeah.
And then they heard the Death in June's But What Ends When the Cymbals Shatter record, and that was like the first time they kind of heard like this kind of open strummed kind of acoustic guitar in like a dark musical context, and that was like kind of a door opening for them for like the rest of the Agalloch sound, in
Isn't it
terms of like
are they playing a nylon string guitar?
perhaps, but they're not doing it classical style. Again, they're doing it like almost like blues strum or something, like a
Okay.
folk or something in a weird way, or not even folk, because folk's more classical if you're talking like European folk. But yeah, it's something as we like talk more about the mantle in part two and the stuff they do forward. It's definitely different than what you hear on Pale Folklore, and you can hear it in that like celebration for the death of man. It's a different style of using acoustic guitar than say what like Opeth would do or some of the other bands that were using that because they are coming more out of like classical Irish folk music or something like that. So it's it's I don't know, it's just a different frame of mind to think about it.
Yeah, I think
And
Opeth
they were
is kind of more what you'd expect acoustic stuff like,
yeah.
pulling from 70s stuff and
Hmm.
it always had interesting chord progressions or something, but it's all fairly conventional but thrown through a death metal lens and
Yeah.
Aglock's definitely more I don't, it seems much more like you're actually like you're around a like campfire hanging out with a bunch of guys that before television and you're playing around, like
It's
building
raw
up this
a little
mood
bit.
and raw and yeah,
Yep.
like
It's blues in a weird way, like in blues in the way that like Bob Dylan was playing like the blues, and that he's rough around the edges. He's not a technician, but he's all feel in a weird
yeah.
way.
Well, it's
So
definitely how the drums are too. This is very
Yeah.
Jonas-y as far as definitely no click tracks played here.
Yeah, for sure. And and John was playing the drums in these early records, and he knows drums, but I think he never completely felt comfortable because he was like playing guitar and singing and also the drummer, and you know what I mean? Like it's like
Well,
he's
if it's
wearing a
going to
lot
be
of
your own
hats, you know?
project, that's like one thing.
Yeah.
Like you can, like I can play drums well enough to service this project and not try to, if you're a lone dude in out in the country or in an area, like who the fuck are you going to get to play drums? So you can do them well enough to service the record. But
John did a lot of one-man projects prior to Agalloch too, so I think he was kind of used to wearing all those kind of hats and stuff, you
yeah,
know.
it's frankly
Um,
easier to do it by yourself sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, for sure. And so you kind of get this little intro, and then it kind of fades right into the shadow of our pal companion, which is the song that Hunter Ginn talked about the sort of beginning there. And it's this very quintessential. It's a more sophisticated refinement than what we'll hear later on the episode of Pale Folklore. It's kind of combining without getting too much into it, some of the post rock kind of ambient stuff that they were kind of listening to, your Nick Cave, they were really into the Neil Young Dark Dead Man soundtrack for the Jarmusch film there, kind
Okay,
of like these
the Johnny Depp
um
movie.
yeah, kind of like Americana, but like dark Americana sort of
Yeah,
instrumental sort of things and stuff, and definitely Tom Waits and that type of music. We were big Nick Cave guys, so that's probably our, the one that resonates the most out of those ones for us. But
never got
you
into
know,
Tom Waits.
I never really did either. I love Neil Young, some of his eras and stuff. But
Yeah,
yeah, I think I appreciate Tom Waits, but I'm more of like a Captain Beefheart guy, and that's kind of, I guess, I get my fill of that style from Beefheart. Maybe I don't know, but
yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's a very specific sound that I don't. It's never really. I like him as as an actor and as a personality.
sure,
His music
yeah.
is kind of like okay.
My favorite Tom Waits is actually from Fishing with John, where he sings "River of Men." So, River of Men, River of Men, like that shit just cracks me up.
He just
So,
sounds like some dude from the Middle Ages being drunk at a bar,
yeah,
a tavern
yeah,
or
exactly.
something.
I think if you're into like drinking culture, maybe you're into Tom Waits or something. I think that helps a little. So if you're
Yeah,
like a
but
a
he was
barfly
very
or
like
something,
not of the time when he was popular in in the
yeah,
80s
yeah,
and stuff too. It was like
yeah,
I don't really know how he ascended to this spot he's at because he's kind of is doing his own thing, but it
good for him,
somehow
man. You made it work.
yeah, somehow made it work. So
Yeah. So, and then obviously, the band is built in part, from early Ulver and Catatonia and Dark Tranquility and In the
oh,
Woods, and
absolutely.
that's obviously still evident in this song.
Yeah.
But definitely a widened scope. It's more meditative atmosphere on the Mantle that we'll sort of get to. And there's really kind of, Mark mentioned, the sort of cathartic neurosis-y kind of side, and you get a little taste of it here because 10 minutes into the song or 10 or 12 minutes into the song, you get this Don does like a really cool fucking guitar lead burst out of nowhere. And you're like, oh, I kind of felt that. It was like the repetition until he does it. And then the song kind of cascades back into like, this sort of gloomy kind of repetitious beauty again. It's like it rises up for a moment and then it kind of goes right back down. And it's almost all you need sometimes, especially if you're listening to more like meditative music and stuff. So I don't know. It's kind of a interesting sort of preview of where this band's going to be going by the time we get to the end of this episode where we'll be on the precipice of the Mantle essentially. um so just a little bit of backstory. I'm not going to go as deep into it because I think John does enough with the interview, and so I don't want to like be super repetitious. But the basic Agalloch story kind of fleshed out is it's founded by John Hom, who had been doing lots of, like I said, one man band projects. And he kind of founds the band with the guy who's playing keyboards on early Agalloch, a guy named Shane Breyer. And Breyer was like he's the one that actually like introduced John to like Catatonia and Ulver and like fed him some of these records. So they were friends in Montana
Okay.
and grew up in Butte, Montana. And they were really
Is
kind of the
Butte,
only,
is that outside of the one of the college towns?
I believe so. I'm not a Montana expert. I know Bozeman has a college in it.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
I think I
I've
might know
driven through
somebody that
all of
lives in
Montana
Butte.
at night, but I slept in a rest stop in Montana once. That's about my extent of knowledge there. But what'd you say? I'm sorry.
I think I know somebody from there.
From Butte? Okay,
I
yeah,
think so.
maybe. Yeah.
But it looks
Yeah.
like butt.
Yeah, it does. Butty with the two with an E at the end there. And essentially through like tape trading and other kind of different things, they got into contact and they knew about Jason Walton, and they had kind of pen paled a little bit. And Jason Walton lived in Montana as well, but I think he was from Bozeman or another part of Montana. And they kind of ended up meeting each other at a record store. And he basically saw, I think Walton was wearing a cathedral shirt. And he's like, that's got to be this. This is the only guy that could be this guy, or whatever. So, and then around that time, nothing really happened with them, but they kind of formed a friendship. And then Hom moved to Seattle at one point, and that's where I think, first met Don Anderson at one point. And Don was kind of in the process of getting his kind of melodic progressive death metal band Sculptured kind of started, along with Jason Walton would eventually kind of join up. I think, but by the time you get past their first record and stuff, and you know, John, I think, moved to New Hampshire briefly for a period of time, and it was kind of like he was working on some of the stuff by himself, and that's kind of like he's kind of bouncing back and forth, and then eventually they'll settle in kind of Portland, Seattle, all of those kind of areas. I think at one point Walton moved to Minneapolis for a bit, and then moved back, and so geographically they're all
What the
over
hell are
the
these guys
board.
moving for?
I,
Find out.
that I don't that I didn't get into all that. I'm not 100% sure.
Those
I
are
don't know if
like
it was.
big moves.
They are pretty big moves. Yeah, I don't know. I think one was maybe school, perhaps. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Because I think in some of the interviews I read, like John was in Seattle in the early 90s, I think like 93, 94. So he was kind of there when like the grunge thing was happening. He was kind of into it. He dug grunge, he saw like the dark side of it, but he was also simultaneously obviously getting into all this extreme metal stuff. And, he was into death metal pretty quickly, he said, like he jumped from like pop music to like Slayer within like a couple months, he said, so it didn't take
Yeah,
him
it's talking
long
like
to kind of
Genesis into
gateway in.
Slayer or something.
Something. I
Yeah.
think he mentions in the interview what it was. But yeah, so and John will give some more kind of backstory on that in the interview that you'll hear before we go into this next set of music. But what we wanted to do, since it is part one of a three-part thing, is talking about Ulver and their weird, or not Ulver, but Agalloch and their weird sets of influences, gives us an opportunity to kind of highlight all these like disparate kind of things that sort of come together, and maybe even spotlight a couple bands that in no universe would we ever do a show on, and that's something we kind of like to do. And so, I kind of consulted and kind of did some research on my own, and then kind of bounced a couple of these playlists back and forth with John to sort of get his take on stuff. And basically, we have a set of music we're going to start with here that's kind of some of the DNA of where Agalloch draws some of their stuff from. And we purposely avoided Dark Tranquillity and Catatonia because, of course, we talk a lot about them and we've done multiple episodes on them. So I was like, let's kind of maybe get off the beaten path a little bit. We get to talk about Bay Laurel for a moment here coming up, which is
Yeah.
pretty awesome. That's a band that you, me, and Chris talk about or have talked about, but like no one else really talks about. And John was a huge fan, so like that's kind of neat. And I
Did
think
we show them on them or no? Were they featured
no,
in
no.
something?
No, not at all. We might have mentioned them when we did that cemetery episode, because like there's some vibes a little bit with some of the things Cemetery did. Maybe they came up there. I don't
I
remember,
feel like
but
we did we play like a best of like when Days of Joy came out or something on one of our
maybe.
best of the year.
Well, I mean that album's from the '90s, so it wouldn't have been then.
Is it?
You know, yeah, that's like
Is it
90,
99?
96, I think. Days of Joy.
Well, that's the last
The
one
la
is Days of Joy, isn't it?
No, there's one after that we got into in college in 2000. It's got a black cover. It's pretty good. The name escapes me
Oh
right
yeah,
now,
Days
but
of Joy is the one's like the purple cover.
Under the blood red sky is like the blue purple dissection kind of color. Days of Joy has like some muted grays with a little bit of purple and blues in it, I think.
Like a kid sitting on a bench or something.
Like a throne or yeah, bench or something like that. Yeah, I'm trying to imagine it, but yeah. So yeah, I mean, obviously, there's some pretty obvious love for early Ulver, Bergtatt, Feldsfanger, In the Woods, Dance of December Soul, Brave Murder Day, Paradise Lost. They're huge into Sky Dancer. Um, along with a lot of post-punk, goth, neofolk, all that sort of stuff, And so as we kind of get into this kind of set of music, I thought Don kind of put it well, and I wanted to sort of share this. And this will be a resource, especially that we maybe turn to a little bit in part 2 and 3 a little. But Daniel Lake, a friend of the podcast and writer for Decibel, also a fellow school teacher, he did a book called The U.S. Black Metal, A Revolution of Identity in American Black Metal. It's a great book, great resource. I think even Schaefer mentions it in his little interview. And it's on the very last page of the Agalloch chapter. And it's basically Don Anderson kind of just talking about some of the influences. And he said, I think what made Agalloch is that everybody in the band were very eclectic listeners, and we didn't draw a lot of borders around the kind of music we listened to and played. We wanted the music to be atmospheric, dark, serious, things that like existentialism and nature and God and heathen themes. The canvas for Agalloch sound usually began with Bergtatt as a point of departure, and then everything we did from Pal Folklore on was gradually expanding and adding color to that canvas, whether that was through indie rock or singer-songwriters like Leonard Cohen or Nick Cave, or classical music like Arvo Part or Current 93, Death in June, Soul Invictus, Coil, Nurse with Wound, or the other Norwegian bands like Enslaved, Emperor, Burzum, Vedbones Ende. We were always exploring for newer things. We opened our minds and stopped listening to metal for a long time and focused on experimental music, neofolk, electronica, contemporary classical, and other artists that we could pull from. And so I think we were kind of in that space too, especially in like the late 90s, early 2000s. We were just kind of interested in like all things kind of dark and interesting and
Yeah.
challenging, and I think we still are, right? I think that's
Well, I
like
mean,
our
yeah,
kind
I mean, I
of
listened
lifelong
to,
pursuit.
yeah, I honestly haven't listened to a ton of, I mean, I always have something going on, but I'm not like looking for the next, what's the next interesting band? I'm kind of going backwards and, um, kind of like, where does all the stuff I really love come from? And,
Hmm.
got on like a big Killing Joke and Bowie kick and Eno and Wire and all this other shit that I've been listening to lately. But I still always have like, Carcass or something will like after doing notes for this last night, I just listened to um the first Dark Tranquility record,
Yeah,
and I was just like,
nice.
ah, my God, that's so fucking good. And it's
Hmm.
now $800 on vinyl.
What?
Has not been reissued, um, at least not
That's the
anywhere for
original Spine
sale.
Farm.
The original
That's the
Spine
original.
Farm version is on Discogs for $780.
Wow.
Because I go through and I'll slowly fill in stuff on vinyl, that I've had on CD and multiple other formats. But it's like, I would really love to have that record, and just not gonna happen. And
Holy shit,
I
man.
even like wrote him on Instagram, like, dude, like put that record out again. It's going for a ton of money. Like people would love to buy that. I don't know
Did
what
you
the
get a
issue
response
is.
back?
I haven't looked if I did or not, but
Okay.
I don't know if it's like a deal with, Anders or the other members of the band or with Spine Farm or what it is, but you know,
Yeah, because like, what was I gonna say? Nick Sundin is kind of a friend of the podcast because he shouted us out for doing the Skydancer episode on the anniversary, and he was like, "Yeah, check out Requiem Metal Podcast." Did a whole episode on Skydancer, and I don't know, maybe he's worth reaching out to as an individual to
maybe.
see
I
what
mean,
he
Century Media
says.
put something out in, I don't know, it's like 2019 or something, but they're not available anywhere. So it must have been like incredibly limited, but I can't find them
Okay.
used anywhere.
Hmm. Yeah, that
But I
is
feel like
interesting.
that, not to completely derail onto a Dark Tranquility talk, but I feel like Aglock was trying to capture the same kind of feeling as Dark Tranquility was. Like
Yeah,
this
and I
this
think
weird, like nothing made sense about that first record, but it was really ambitious and they had a vibe in mind.
well, it was like simultaneously triumphant and melancholic at the same time, right? It's like
Yeah,
all those feelings that like I mean, I get that from Brave Murder Day. Brave Murder Day is like epic melancholic music, right? That like
totally.
it's not sing-along music, but like you feel the so like shifts and like the simplicity of the riffs and the drumming and all those sort of things becomes hypnotic. And yet as dark as those albums are, I never feel like depressed afterwards. I feel like enlightened, like floating a little bit, you know?
I think
When,
they're cathartic. If that's what I think most people that don't really understand heavy metal don't get, is that is like a shedding of emotions that you don't have to like actually do yourself. Like all the pent up, you're pissed off about this or that or whatever. Instead of, going and punching your wife, you go and listen to a Dismember record and you're fine. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, no,
like
that's
there's
it's
a
true.
certain catharsis that happens with metal music and I think classical music to an extent as well, but not like I don't. I've never gotten that from just straight like top 40 radio pop music. Like there's for me it's got to be something. It's probably has something to do with my temperament or whatever, but I need sad music in my life. Otherwise, I
Yeah,
don't feel. But I feel like cleansed listening to it. I'm not like wallowing in depravity or anything. It's like they're kind of I don't know. It's just anything sad immediately I'm in, or just
hmm
weird or feeling like uncomfortable. That kind of music gets me more than you know, say like Manowar or something.
yeah.
That's just
Although
like triumphant.
early Manowar records has some moody sadness to
they're
it a little
they're
bit.
they're fine, but as far as like something that's
I
really
get it.
like you can tell somebody's like fucking heart broke when they're making this, or you just like
Yep.
those Catatonia records between like the droning and what Anders is doing on guitar. It really, especially when I was a more angsty, you know, 20-ish something person, I was like, man, this is like how if I could express how I felt, this is it. You're stuck in this fog and then there's still this like kind of like beating heart through the whole thing.
Yeah, and Jonas and Anders kind of felt like they were kind of tapped into the same energy we were, and I felt that with
Yeah.
with Vincent and Anathema, like he was kind of listening to the same Buckley records and Nick Drake records, and it was like everybody seemed we were all of the same age. It felt like they were a
Hmm.
couple years older than us in some ways, or at least older than me. And you said John is 49, so he's like right in line with you and Chris, and
Yeah.
so I think there was and that's what like ultimately, and I think this comes up throughout some of the interviews and stuff or some of the conversations we have, that like in a lot of ways, what grabbed me the most about Agalloch is this was acknowledgement that not only were there other American metalheads that were listening to all of this like deeply European stuff, but they were also listening to the same non-metal stuff and not just listening to it, but they were like creating their own version of it here in America. And that was what was so mysterious when Pell Folklore came out, because it was like these guys are from the Pacific Northwest and they're like into forest and nature, but they're American. They're not from Norway. They're not, it was like
Yeah.
our own thing. And it was like, damn, these guys like Catatonia. These guys fucking absorb Skydancer, and it's like through their DNA, but they're also into black metal, and dissection is there a little bit and this and that. And that was like, I don't know, there weren't a lot of American bands in 1998 that were like this
That
at
had a
all,
European sensibility.
that
Yeah.
really embraced it. And it wasn't just like copycat, but it was like they absorbed it in their DNA and like contextualize and recontextualize it into something that was like their own, at least by the time they get to the Mantle. But
Yeah.
yeah, so it's kind of interesting. So but let's kind of talk about some of these influences real quick, so we can kind of get to the music and get to the John interview part one. Um, we're gonna start with Ulver, because Bergtatt, I think, is it's like the text for for Agalloch in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, Bergtatt and the song we're gonna hear, "Spellbound into the Mountains," which is I think what Bergtatt translates to is "Spellbound," I believe. Um, it's not just a template for pagan, and folk black metal, but even like as I go back to listen to Bergtatt, like there's a lot of early Opeth that comes out of Ulver too. Like
Hmm.
it's in there, in a lot of ways. Lots of the DNA that Agalloch would evoke, kind of Ulver was building on some ideas. I think I mean, correct me if if I'm wrong, because you were kind of more in it at this time. It seemed like Enslaved introduced a few of these things in early Enslaved records, but then Bergtatt kind of like took it to the next place, along with like maybe In the Woods, in terms of that evolution into like a folky. Satyricon did a little bit too, I think, right
Just
on
on the
Dark
first
Medieval
record,
Times,
really. Yeah.
you know. But I think Ulver was like, I don't know, like when you guys first heard Bergtatt, were you guys like, whoa, okay, this is this is definitely black metal, but it's also like this is something different.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
it was so. I think that was on Head Not Found, wasn't it?
I
Originally.
believe, yeah, it was. Yep.
because there was just so much weird shit coming out, and black metal was what year is this record?
95. Yeah,
95.
95. Yep.
So that's like, peak, like when we were like, just what other black metal stuff can we get? And finding this diversity of sound, but yet this, they still had this kind of, the similar like atmospheres. But
Mhm.
I remember that. And then the second record, I don't, I didn't really, it was really interesting at the time for them to completely change what they sound like on three consecutive records is
Or if
pretty
you want to keep going,
kind of telling.
5, it's like Jesus.
Well, then
Even
they
after
keep,
that
but as
trilogy,
far as like shedding the metalness is pretty
Mhm.
much, gone after Nate's Madrigal, really.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you get a little bit on that William Blake, but by the time you get to like the electronica record, it's more like a DJ Shadow thing than almost anything else.
Yeah.
I think now they've done what like Paradise Lost and other bands have done, which is they sort of return to some kind of core essence of some ideas from those early records are built in, but like it's completely its own thing now.
Yeah.
It's not as electronic anymore. It's more of like a Swans or Beyond Dawn or something. It's more in
Yeah.
like that category of like it's uncategorizable, but yet it's like if you're into heavy stuff and dark shit, you'll like it. That's pretty
Hmm.
much it.
Yeah.
I don't know what to call over anymore. Doesn't really matter.
They're
But
just Ulver. Yeah.
yeah, that's it. So, and even like on this record, like the way that Garm approached kind of clean vocals kind of pointed a way forward for like blackened bands who wanted to sort of lean into that. And you certainly hear that with some of the clean stuff that like John will do in those early Agalochs and stuff. It's like
Yeah.
it's more like achingly like pagan chant almost. It's not like they're not trying to do like Opeth clean, right? It's more of like this distinct thing that Garm had in his voice that it's like he did it on Arcturus sometimes too, and it's just weird. He did it on Borknagar, here and there, but
Yeah.
um
I mean, even like Enslaved is starting to, it's almost, it's not really a chant, but like they're holding out the notes
mhm.
as if it's some kind of like, communal song. Um, and that just seemed to work really well in black metal against the, harsh, the harsh vocals as well.
Yeah, it's like a savage natural beauty or something. You're right.
Yeah.
It's like it's
It all
this
felt
pagan
organic, I think.
organicness.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. And one thing that's funny, it's been a while since I think I've listened to this whole album all the way through, Bergtatt, but like at that little acoustic passage at the very end of this song that kind of ends the whole record,
Hmm.
it sounds like the ending of fucking Tesla Love Song, the intro. That it has like it must be the same like kind of classical chord progression. It's really beautiful, and it's
Yeah.
like, oh shit, I'm getting that vibe. But this might be the first podcast that's ever said that about it. But that's why we're here talking about Agalloch and Don Dokken
Interesting
and
context.
Tesla and
Yes.
Ulver, right? I mean, that's kind of why people come to Requiem for these
Yeah.
kind of hot takes. And then we go to the aforementioned Bay Laurel and
That
their
record
first
was
record.
Where Pain Comes to Die that I couldn't think of.
The one from 2000. Yep,
Yeah, the
it's a black
black and white
cover.
cover. Yeah.
Yep. So, but this is their debut under a Cloud Red Sky in 1994. It was the song that we're going to hear is Dream Forever. I don't know a lot about these guys. You guys introduced them to me. I think it was you or Chris. Definitely Swedish goth rock with some metal leanings. They were on Noxious Records and distributed by House of Kicks. I
Yeah.
think House of Kicks was also putting out what was the metal label that House of Kicks had an association with that put out a lot of great stuff? Was it
Um,
it was the label that Unanimated was on at one point? Why am I drawing a blank? Um, House of Kicks. It's
Head
right
Not
there.
Found?
Was it Head Not Found?
I don't
No.
remember now.
Who put out Somberlane?
I can't think of that label.
Fuck. It's that label, and it's drawing a blank. It's not Head Not Found. It's not Avant Garde. It was like a mid. It's not Spike Farm. It's like right there. It's gonna drive me fucking crazy.
I mean, that's
But
probably why I don't remember. Chris will probably remember when and how we started listening to the band or something, but I'm sure because of where it's distributed from. And then
yeah,
like anything that's like listening to it now, it's fairly like not knowing more than like Fields of Nephilim and Sisters and Bauhaus. Like back then, I was like, oh, this is like the continuation of that goth rock that I fucking love. But um, it's I still enjoy it, but it's like knowing where all the stuff came from. I think it's
Uh,
less groundbreaking for me. But at the
yeah.
time, I was like, this is what I want, and like they've sprinkled that in, Edge of Sandy records and Catatonia and stuff too. With um, oh, what's the EP that used to be the hardest thing in the world to find from Catatonia?
Oh, the Saw You Drown EP.
Yeah, doesn't that have like
Got the kind of Curish song on
yeah,
it.
I can't think what that's called now, but
Scarlet Heavens.
Scarlet Heavens, okay.
Yep, yep, Scarlet Heavens. And by the way, Mark, not to interrupt you, No
Yes.
Fashion is the
No
label we were
Fashion.
thinking of.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
that's what we were thinking of, and we couldn't.
Distributed by House of Kicks.
Yeah, yep. But yeah, so there's definitely that vibe a little, and also like you can kind of connect the sort of kind of Michael Gira Swans-esque kind of vocals that like Beyond Dawn will do as well a little bit later,
Yeah.
so like it's definitely Scarlet Heavens cat. So it had all of that kind of working for it, and even the stuff Kristen Wallen's gonna do with what's the kind of goth rock
Diabolique.
band? Diabolique. Yeah, exactly. It's got great driving sort of guitar riffs and things, and it was a big influence on John. He kind of, mentions like kind of being into this. So it's weird. You and Chris were like obviously subscribing to the same magazines and like you were getting fed a lot of the same stuff that it seems like John and Jason Walton and some of these other kind of scattered American metal souls were kind of tapped into, and it's kind of funny because
You know what? I
for it
might have
being
got
like
that at Relapse
pre-internet.
actually,
Oh, is that where you got it from? Okay.
because Relapse had an incredible. I'm not sure if they still have a big distro, but they used to have like an unbelievable distro. So every paycheck, every 2 weeks, I would say I want this, 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 and they take it right off your check before you got it. So you
Shit.
didn't pay taxes on it or something. But I was finding all kinds of shit there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty, that was 96. That's when I was working there. So
Okay.
that could have been where it came from. And I just saw
Yeah.
like a description or I have no idea.
You
But
guys
that
ever
would make
interviewed
sense
them for
because I was,
Requiem?
what's that?
Did you guys ever interview Bay Laurel for Requiem, or is that like a sort of a Mandela effect memory that maybe I didn't look, but
We
it
might have
seems like
reviewed it,
something I read about. Yeah, it was probably something I read in a review, and I thought it
or it could
sounded
have been on
cool.
one of our playlists or something too.
Probably that. Yep. And then we get to December Wolves, and this is a band I remember not this record, but I remember their next record that was put out by Wicked World in like '98 on the
Oh, the
Earache
Earache
sub
sub-label.
label.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was kind of like a industrial-ish black metal kind of thing. I think what
Like Zyklon.
yeah, so maybe in like the Zyklon feel or that band that I dig and I wish I had all these bands like on my memory. They were a relapse band. Chris was really really into them. They had some kind of industrial
Oh,
sort
Red
of
Harvest.
vibes. Thank you. Yeah, Red
Yeah.
Harvest.
Norwegian
Yep.
band.
Yep. So they kind of that's what they sort of ended up turning into. But as John talks about in the interview, like December Wolves for him were like the first band that was doing like Satyricon kind of like Norwegian black metal, but they were an American band. They're from Boston. And he was like, that
Yeah.
was so eye-opening to him that like, oh shit, you don't have to live in Europe to do this. You can do it here, in a lot of ways. And so I think even if they didn't draw like a lot of musical influence from December Wolves, I think they're a really important band in their sort of whole trajectory. In fact, like Daniel talks a little bit about it in the book when it's just a little brief passage, but he kind of says like, this is Daniel Lake from US Blackmail. He says, regarding shared musical inspirations, all three core Agalloch members mentioned Massachusetts band December Wolves, who were recording material between 94 and 2002, and included guitarist bassist Brian Oblivion Izzy, who would later feature in apocalyptic crusties like Trap Them and All Pigs Must Die.
Okay.
December Wolves followed a perplexing trajectory during their reign, and it is fairly easy to hear the influence of their early material, like the 1994 Wolf Tread demo and the 1996 Till 10 Years full length, on Agaloch's expansive compositions, while their later work lurches towards very different sonic territory. Wolf Red hews very closely to the raw, forested wilderness of early Ulver or Enslave, topping it off with quaint but simple synth orchestrations. Till 10 Years expands on this sound, clearing more space for melody and narrative movements that give the longer songs an attention-grabbing shape. And yeah, you were a big Trap Them guy. I remember you kind of got me into them. But I didn't know the connection between those bands. So
I know I don't remember listening to the band. I just remember drawing them for Decibel.
okay, I thought you
Maybe I
had them
saw them
on
or
one of
something.
the best ofs that we did in like 2011 or something like that. I feel like you were kind of like
That
digging
might
on
be.
Trap Them. So, but
I know they
yeah,
toured a
they're
hell of a lot.
yeah, they I always saw them on tours and things like that. But yeah, so I think that that's why they're important, you know. And the night that I died, the song we're gonna play from the 10 Till 10 Years, their debut record is it's a great indicator of these kind of vibes and a pretty fun record. Hammerheart put it out actually, so yeah, so, I mean, so it's kind of neat. But again, a band I wasn't maybe in distinctly aware of, and then I started reading Daniel's book, and then I was like, oh shit, who are these guys? And then
I
I was
remember
like,
hearing
oh,
the
I
name.
recognize this cover.
I never listened to the band. I think I was just still like averse to US
Yeah, I
versions
mean,
of
for the
things than I thought were done better in Europe, but that's
yeah.
just my ignorance. You know,
Well, even John sort of says in the interviews, he's like they were kind of a little like too spot on. Like he's
I
like,
mean,
you know, they're
it's the first. It's dark medieval times. There's Somberlane bits for
yeah,
sure.
yep,
Nagelfar, all kinds of that kind of tremolo picking and like you've heard it all, but not necessarily in that order
yeah.
before.
And I guess like it's a matter of like I don't know, it's like when you started to hear metalcore in America, and you're like, oh, that's an In Flames riff. Oh, that's like a Dark Tranquil. Oh, that's an At the Gates riff. And
Yeah,
it's like that was cool for like a couple years, and then the novelty sort of wore off, and I was like, I would just probably rather listen to like At the Gates, like you know,
yeah.
like as much as I appreciate that they're influenced by these things and it's American, and that's cool. I'm glad that young kids are like playing At the Gates riffs. It's like I don't know how much I'm drawn to that, you know, like it's if it's a gateway for like the generation below me, which it was, you know,
Hmm.
and I acknowledge that, like good for them, you know. I mean, there's worse gateways than like
Oh yeah,
Unearthed
it
or
just becomes
something like
a
that.
thing if it's like that's where you got into it, then that's makes nothing but sense. Like Black Dahlia, like for a younger generation is fucking huge.
Yep.
But they never really did a whole lot for me because I don't know. I was remember even having conversations with Trevor about that, and
Uh,
because we both come from the same like love of old Swedish death metal and all that stuff, and just honest with him, like I just I respect what you guys do, but I've just never been able to get into it. And he's like, that's cool, man, whatever. But I
well,
think
it's
the
like we
guy,
had
like
already
if you were
cycled
there
through
when
it.
something
Yep.
exciting happened, that was totally like if you were around in like '88 when stuff was like exploding, and then you hear, Black Dahlia in 2004 or whatever the first record was, 2002 or something. It's like okay,
Mhm.
but like there was lots of little things that happened before that. They're doing. It's just not. I need to come up with a better word than derivative, but um, and I guess in a sense it is because like the stuff that genre defining shit like Venom and Bathory, like now 40 years on, it's hard not to hear that and just think of those bands. It's just it's iterations. Um, it's not being diluted, but it's a iteration of this type of music that's I don't know. I just have a really hard time with like
Sure.
I want to go to the root of it, and I respect new bands doing new things, but that's my instinct now is to not try to find new stuff necessarily. If I come across it, cool, but I'm not like seeking out like how it used to be. Like we're scouring the catalogs looking for, what's the next thing that's kind of like this.
I think there's a term for it that in teaching this kind of college humanities course that when I teach postmodernism, it's called a simulacra, and a
Yeah,
simulacra is like a echo of an original idea, and it's like sometimes we are engaging in culture that is like a simulacra that's like three generations or three simulacras removed from the original source.
yeah.
And it's like the idea that like when I saw Pulp Fiction in 94, I walked into the movie theater, like I didn't get all the references, but I knew they were cool and I knew they were referring to something.
Yeah.
And I just didn't know what they were yet. I didn't know it was French New Wave and this and that, and or like a kung fu movie or this. So like you're aware that it's an ode to something, but maybe you don't know what the thing it's drawing from is. And if we know the original, so we're
Yeah.
like it's hard for us to sometimes get into the simulacra, I think,
I
or
think, yeah, I
find
think it's an
a
age.
gateway to appreciate, sometimes,
Yeah, I think it's an age thing as well. Like you hit a certain
You hit a
point
certain
and you want to know, like, I don't need to feel, I don't want to feel like young by listening to new bands necessarily, but I can feel, not that I feel old, but like feeling that magic you got in music. Going
yeah.
backwards, I've gotten that more now than, moving forward with things, with
And I think
bands.
it kind of depends too. It depends on the genre for me. There's like some genres that I feel are pretty tired, so I don't really seek new things. And there's some genres that seem like hip hop is a lot more vibrant than it even was like 20 years ago because hip hop's kind of like it's like almost what metal was in the 90s or something. It's like everybody's trying everything out because the genre's been around long enough now for people to just sort of like split off and do weird shit and that's cool. It doesn't mean I
Yeah,
spend a lot of time listening to it, but like I'm a little more open if like a student who I trust is like, "Hey, this is really cool that's happening in hip hop." Whereas if they come to me and they're like, "There's this new metal band," I'll be like I almost like get my guard
yeah,
up. I'm like, so it kind of depends, and it's also like the resource too, like who's exposing me, because there's some
sure.
kids I trust that like are pretty hip, but
I think I'm looking
yeah,
for like stuff that feels dangerous too, though.
yeah, I get that.
And I
Yeah.
don't get that from a lot of modern um, metal.
Yeah, yeah, and I don't know. I don't know
Even
if I
the
get
the
a rush
perceived
like that
idea
anymore.
because of social media. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons. Like everything was mysterious because there was a lack of information in the 90s.
For sure. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like, there was that, and so you could kind of like make up your own idea of what these bands were, but like now you can look at somebody's Instagram page like, "Oh, this guy that plays guitar in this band likes video games and this kind of food." Like it's everything spelled out. We're in like a totally different time.
Well, and even the aesthetic of that, it was really important to John with Agalloch because he didn't want band photos and he didn't want to know who, and he didn't want people to know who they were. And what he was drawing from was like the layout of like Ulver and in the woods. And he's like, who are these people in hoods and things like that? Like, I don't, I love that mysteriousness. I don't know who these people are. There could be fucking weirdos or they could be normal, but like, I want to have that separations. I think it's probably why he didn't want to do interviews. He's like, there's
Yeah.
a sense of mystery to some of this, and we live in a very unmysterious time now, and that's for better or for worse. That's just what it is. And I think nowadays, like, I think kids just expect to know everything about the things that they're into or in the celebrities and stuff. And
Well, and I
whereas
don't think they
growing
they
up, that
ask
wasn't really
people. They're just like, I want to know like what's the deal with fucking Foghat or something. They go and they can read a paragraph, and
yeah.
that suffices it.
Yeah,
Instead
there you
of
go. I know
like,
about Foghat now. Yeah.
asking, yeah, like listening to the music, reading stuff, asking like a music elder, like where do I start with this band? Or like you had to pay for stuff too. Like if you want to figure stuff out, you had to buy. There's more risk involved
Yeah.
now. Like every song you've ever heard is available, within seconds. It's
Well, and
just a
there's like a
different.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're spot on with it. One thing I was going to make a connection to from a generational standpoint, it's only because Schaefer and I had a long conversation last night when we were kind of recording some stuff for this, and he kind of made mention of the context of his generation. He goes, that record from Lamb of God, the As Ashes one that came out in 2002, he said for a certain group of people who were my age, he says that was kind of our Rain and Blood because it was just this intense but super accessible record that just kind of pummeled you. And when you saw them live, they kind of captured that energy. He said Remission was kind of like that too for us too, for
I could see
Mastodon, that
that more
debut.
than Lamb. Lamb God's never really clicked with me, but like Mastodon was like an
Sure.
injection of adrenaline in the scene.
But you see the people, the way that like younger people react to Lamb of God. Like when I've seen them live a few times, I'm like, people really, there's an intensity there, and I'm like, okay, I can appreciate that for someone else. It might not work for
Sure.
me, but
Yeah.
it seems to be sincere for people who like that was like the whatever Rain and Blood did for people in like the mid 80s and into like the late 80s when we were kind of getting into thrash and stuff, like it did that for people 15 years later or 20 years later, and that's cool, if that
Yeah.
works for you. So and then wrapping up sort of influences here, one last band called Naervaer, and I didn't know who these guys were until I did a little bit of research, but it's from the Demonstration 95 demo, from obviously from 1995. And Narvar were like, it was a side project from Jan Transeth, who was the main vocalist of In the Woods, and a guy
Oh, that
named
makes sense.
Terj Sagan from a band called Inhalator as well, and they were really drawing a lot from like Bob Dylan and Nick Cave, and they kind of delved into neofolk. That's kind of what they
Yeah.
sort of call this, and kind of reminds me of like John Fahey's like guitar playing, not necessarily like anything else, but Lee Arbogast really got me into John Fahey when I was doing like organic farming. He has this really distinct style of playing that's like unlike almost any other kind of folkish guitar player, and
Yeah.
that's kind of and again, I didn't listen to a lot of this. Just the song we're gonna play is Da Skogene Brant, and that's kind of the vibe I sort of got. But there's an aura and a mystery that obviously Agalloch would evoke, and cool female vocals at the end too that are kind of not annoying and kind of used in a atmospheric way rather than a pompous sort of way.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just probably what we like. And actually, John commented on this a bit. Eisenwald, for people that are Agalloch fans, Eisenwald is putting out these really amazing books for every album, and they've put out so far the Mantle and Pale Folklore. And Chris Bruni from I think he's the head of Profound Lore, correct? Chris Bruni, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I actually hung out with him in Philly. Chris and I had like dinner with him downstairs at the venue where the 20th anniversary decibel kind of little thing was happening. So we were
Hmm.
kind of just bullshitting. I think we just talked about catatonia and some other things while we were like eating fried food or whatever. But he interviewed him for this, and there's just one particular kind of answer where John says he goes, "I was obsessed with Narvar's Demonstration 95 while putting Pale Folklore together. I listened to it while driving to the mountain to take the booklet photos. It had a haunting woodsy vibe and spirit that I wanted to capture somehow on Pale Folklore. Also, early Bay Laurel, Cocteau Twins, and Lycia had a big influence on me at the time. So I think we were already looking outside our European black death metal influences before the album was even recorded. We wanted to create something that really stood apart from the standard metal image, especially the American death black metal image." So you heard it from the man himself. There it is. So and then we're gonna sort of end with Sculptured, and we'll come back and kind of talk about Sculptured because this now finally involves actual members of the band a little bit, and so we're gonna hear a song from the debut. The Spear of the Lily is or Aureoled. How do you Aureoled? How the hell do
Is
you
that like
pronounce that?
areola, like nipples?
Areoled? Yeah, maybe Areoled.
Spelled
I
the
don't
same
know.
way.
That's a word I don't use very
Maybe
often, so
circular is
could
what it
be.
means.
Yeah,
It's
but
probably
it's a tune
probably
called
Latin.
yeah, probably something. It's a tune called Together with Seasons. And so we'll talk more about Sculpture when we come back. So we're going to hear from John for the very first time. Then we're going to hear Spellbound Into the Mountains from Ulver, Dream Forever from Bay Laurel, The Night That I Died from December Wolves, Das Skogene Brant from Naervaer, and then Together with Seasons from Sculptured. All right, so we've got John here from Agalloch. John, welcome. Thank you. We appreciate this so much for doing the Requiem thing and joining us to sort of tell the story and all that. So, I guess just first things first, kind of brief introductions and kind of how you gatewayed into metal, extreme metal, and then eventually kind of pursuing music. I guess just whatever you want to say there.
Uh, so you want to go way back.
Oh yeah, we're going there. Yep.
I mean, I guess my journey began in 1986. That's when I first got started noticing music as something that I would like to pursue as a listener. And then it rapidly snowballed. I just wanted to hear more and more like interesting stuff. Because it started with like, Peter Gabriel and Genesis and that kind of like radio stuff. And then by 1987, I was listening to Slayer and Death and that kind of. I mean, so it was really fast. Um, but yeah, and then I got into the underground, the death and I guess thrash, death, later black metal underground in 1989. Ed from Devastation kind of guided me into that territory of stuff. And yeah, that's when I started like that's right around when I started like making demos and then I had a band in high school and lots of little projects that went nowhere and were no good. And then yeah, and then probably once I moved from Montana to Seattle, I was exposed to more like-minded people who were into like stuff like I hung out with the Wyndham Hell guys, and hung out a little bit with Stephen O'Malley
Hmm.
back then.
Because he
And
was doing Descent, right? At the time? Yeah.
at the time when I met him, he had just put out the first issue of Descent, and and also like when I was involved with the underground, I was I had a lot of tape traders, and one of those tape traders was Daniel Shane Breyer. And he was the one who got me into bands like Ulver and a lot of the Death Doom stuff and black metal stuff. Because before that, the only black metal I really knew about was like Bathory and Celtic Frost and Venom and stuff that we weren't even calling black metal really back then. It was like speed metal to us. But anyway, so 94, I was exposed to a lot more people in that scene. And through Stevens magazine, actually, I discovered bands like In the Woods. And, that was a kind of an interesting time because it's like before that, I was really into like thrash and death metal. But starting around 94, I started to really get into like the darker, more black metal kind of stuff. And bands like Ulver in the Woods, well, Dissection, those bands all helped guide my way. And by 95, I had an idea of a band that I wanted to do. That was inspired by a lot of that stuff, but I wanted to do my own take on it. That mixed like gothic influences and non-metal influences because that whole time I was also very open-minded. I've always even when I was a raging thrash metal kid, I was also into stuff like, Lorena McKennitt and Tori Amos and Enya and Coil and stuff like that. So, I wanted to have put together a project that just combined all the best elements of those worlds. And so, in 95, so I knew Jason since 92 because he was born and raised in Bozeman, Montana, and I grew up in Butte.
You
Um,
guys kind of met at a record store, right? Or
we
something, or
did.
you had been tape trading or communicating, or you knew of each other
Um,
possibly
he,
before. Or...
I was doing artwork for a magazine, and he got a copy of that magazine, and and my address was in there, and it was Butte, Montana, and of course, nobody in Montana that he knew of knew about the underground scene. So, and I pretty much was the scene in Butte. And so he contacted me. He had a band also, and our bands played together during that period as well. But no, I met him. I was on a road trip to Wyoming, and we stopped in Bozeman to go check out, a record store or whatever. And Jason was there, and it was obvious that it was him because, he was wearing a cathedral jacket. He had long black hair. I was wearing like a Nocturnus shirt. My friend was wearing a Morbid Angel shirt. I mean, it was like clearly we were, the scene had just shown up in this record store.
Yeah, the tribe was there.
Yeah, yeah. And so it's like we automatically knew, it was us. So, but yeah, 94. So what was I saying? So Shane Breyer and Jason and his friend Lad, who was in his previous band, we kind of started a doom death band called Aeolacrymae, and that lasted about, I don't know, maybe 5 months. We never did record anything. We did write a couple of songs, but yeah. But I was living in Seattle, so it was kind of difficult. They were in Montana, I was in Seattle. So on a visit, I guess it was March of 95, so like 30 years ago. Um, we were gonna have like a writing session, and I drove out. And while I was there, Shane had a pile of CDs that he had just got. And in that pile was Bergtatt, Heart of the Ages, Storm of the Lightsbane, and and a bunch of other stuff. And so I gravitated towards the Ulver because, I liked the demo, but that album artwork just pulled me in. And so we just and he told me, he was just like, "Oh, dude, you got to check this out. This is like nothing you've heard." And so I was spellbound for like 35 minutes. And that kind of was a game changer in what I wanted to pursue. So so yeah, with all the influences I had before, you know, putting that together with this sort of like dark kind of pagan approach was what I wanted to do with this band. And it took a while to perfect what we are doing. Like that our demo, the 97 demo was mainly just me and Shane, and then Don played some solos on it. But it was basically just a studio project. And, I hadn't really gotten the vision quite together at that point. It wasn't until later, a year later, when I was getting more and more into bands like Laurel and, a lot more of the gothic stuff that was like Equinox of the Gods and bands like that. When I started to really incorporate those like clean tone guitar passages in a black metal setting. And so when I was writing the songs for the Promo 98 and later Pale Folklore, I mean that was kind of the missing ingredient to tie all that together. And that later kind of became our sound. So yeah.
And I think I've also heard mention, obviously, early Catatonia or, early maybe Sky Dancer, Dark Tranquility, and maybe that's
Yeah.
more of a Dawn influence. I'm not sure, but
No, no, that was me.
yeah.
Well, that's the thing is, yeah, I mean, like I said, that period between 93 and 95 was kind of this interesting time where bands were getting more melodic, more experimental. Sentence North from Here was a huge one for me. But yeah, Skydancer was good. The Gallery was better. Um, yeah. Uh, and also the first Nagelfar album, Vitra, that was a big
Mm-hmm.
influence.
Yeah.
I think I stole like several riffs from that album on the Wilderness. Yeah, it was all that stuff. And what we were doing back then was very different for most American bands. And that was kind of our other thing is like, let's be kind of mysterious. Let's not do interviews. Let's not have photos. Let's just kind of be in the shadows and make music in the studio and be this mysterious band. And that was it was very comfortable for us to be in that sort of space. Um, that's signing to the End Records was kind of a problem with when it came to that stuff. But I mean, I even then I was more interested in pursuing like European labels. I felt more of an identity with the European scene than I did the American scene. I mean, aside from like a few bands like Absu and December Wolves and who else? Corvus Corax from Washington State, Thy Infernal maybe. And bands like Incantation that were kind of a satanic death metal thing. There wasn't really much of an interest in the US scene for me. All my influences came from Europe or Canada. So
Yeah, and I can kind of relate because there was in our hometown up in basically we were central Michigan, and I think you guys Chris from Decibel. He did the Mantle Hall of Fame with you guys. And
right.
so Chris and Mark and I all grew up in the same hometown, and we all worked at the same record store together. And those guys were like 4 years older than me, and they were my gatekeepers, kind of like you said you had a couple that were feeding you, and they were feeding me European metal. So I was getting all this European stuff when most of my friends at the same age were still into Pantera or whatever was going on Headbangers Ball and that sort of stuff. So I definitely get it because my headspace was very European, and it was very hard to find people who were like in
Yeah,
that scene at that time.
right.
A band you mentioned that I just wanted to sort of talk about because Daniel talked about him in the U.S. black metal book in your chapter two, and they were a band. I mean, I kind of remember them in the late '90s, but like December Wolves, like that's like kind of a band that gets mentioned as an influence on you guys. What is it about those guys in that early, December Wolves stuff before they went, I guess, industrial?
Well, mainly their demo and their first album. It just they were I can tell that they were also influenced by a lot of the European bands. They were a little bit more like on the nose. Like if you were to listen to like The Shadow Throne by Satyricon and Till 10 Years, it's like the same fucking
Yeah,
riffs.
yeah, yeah.
But it was cool that there was a band that was doing that, and they had a great aesthetic, and then they changed, but
Sure.
their demo is fucking amazing. And that first album is really great. And I was living in New Hampshire for about a year. And while I was there, I actually met a few people who knew those guys, and I kind of got to sort of understand their vibe just by living in New Hampshire because it does have a very New England kind of essence to their music. Those first two releases, anyway. Um, so yeah, they were definitely. At one point I wanted to try out because their guitarist had quit, and a friend of mine who played in a band called Drome, he was like, "Oh yeah, they might audition guitarist or something," and I was like, "Oh cool, maybe I'll try it." But then I ended up moving back to Portland, so that never happened. And then we all know where they went after that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It is
Um,
interesting though, now that you say that, because like, I mean, on some level, like what you guys do from the Pacific Northwest or even, just even Montana into the Pacific Northwest and then the New England has like there's very much like a folk horror vibe to sort of what you guys do. And you've got the all the New England folk horror roots there, and then the
mhm.
sort of like nature stuff that's kind of going on in the Pacific Northwest. I can see that aesthetic kind of connection in a weird way, you know? So
Yeah.
yeah,
And
very cool.
like I said, I mean, December Wolves like just totally nailed that New England vibe.
Hmm.
They're like the only band that I could think of that did that. I mean, there was another band on the East Coast called Ulver, and I think they became some other band. I don't know if they changed the name or they just started something else, the members, but they were kind of cool too. They put out one like rehearsal tape back in like
Interesting. Yeah.
90.
venturing above the waters to foreign lands. Grab our hands. In meeting of the minds, remembering our souls, this hour of time, we feel sanctuary from all the time into our presence, but still we can't breathe without having our share. So ice plastic in the endless tears, touches me.
That was Together with the Seasons from Sculptured, Da Skogene Brant from Naervaer, The Night That I Died from December Wolves, Dream Forever from Laurel, Spellbound, Into the Mountains from Ulver. And so, yeah, Sculptured there, you know, finally we get to kind of hear a little bit of what Don's going to sort of bring to the table when he joins up with Agalloch, because he's kind of doing these melodic kind of tech death stuff. He started Sculptured in Portland, and John actually guests on that song, doing some kind of backing vocals, and so that's kind of like how those kind of guys hooked up a little bit. Don was starting his Sculptured band, and John had just moved to Portland, I believe, and they were kind of, you know, sharing common ground and stuff. But I think Sculptured was really Don's band that he was kind of starting, and meanwhile, John's kind of working on Agalloch a little bit, but you can kind of hear the prowess and the skilled musicianship, some really kind of cool guitar kind of counterweight to John's kind of raw or more emotive style that's going to show up in Agalloch.
Yeah.
Um, and by
A
the
lot
time you
of
get to
Gothenburg here.
yeah, it's for sure all of that,
Like
and
First at the Gates and some of that kind of there's not a ton, but it was a very specific short window and nobody's ever really captured that again,
I don't know why we didn't get into these guys more. They were on the end. Maybe it just
The
kind of
end
got
was hit and
lost in
miss
the
though back then.
yeah,
And Sculptured
and
has a pretty they're like using that old cathedral font.
yeah, that's true.
It's like not the for me at this point it might have been like I don't know, something else is more interesting. Like there was so much stuff being thrown at us too. It
That's
just had to
true.
be like the right
Lots of
person or
promos.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think I like it now. I actually ended up picking this album up. I'm like, okay, this is like kind of cool. Like it's cool that an American band was doing this so early, before I
Yeah.
think we probably appreciated it and stuff. But by the time you get to the second record, called Apollo Ends, Jason and John are kind of fully in the band. They're signed to the end. In fact, a lot of ways, Don mails an Agalloch demo and some Agalloch songs to Andreas without John really knowing it, and that's kind of what gets Andreas interested in getting them signed and stuff like that. And John will talk a little bit more about that in the next kind of interview segment and stuff. But you know, that's kind of where Sculptured fits into that. So they're not really an influence, but they're definitely like a piece of the puzzle to understanding the story of Agalloch because of Don's presence and the fact that Jason and John will end up joining Sculptured, and it's kind of like they're doing two bands at once for a little while.
Yeah.
So
What
um,
do you remember what happened with the end records to where they became the kind of powerhouse? It was like the Beauty and the Beast stuff? Was that right? Was
that
there
was
like
more
one band?
Napalm. That was more Napalm
Oh,
that was
that's right.
doing
That's
that
Nightfall.
sort of stuff.
Okay.
I
I
mean,
was
I
for
think
some
they
reason putting those two. Maybe they had the same PR person back in the
could
day.
have, because there
But
was
I think,
better stuff on the end. I feel like,
yeah, didn't the end
especially
put
after
out like
Agalloch.
Rain Chaos, like the last dissection record?
I believe so.
And then they
Yeah,
put out like deluxe versions of Somberlane and
yeah.
I
Yeah,
think so.
they
Storm the
definitely
Lights
did.
Bane.
I wish the end kind of faded from like having like a lot of influence over the last decade or so. So like I can't really recall all of the bands that were on the end, but at a certain point I was looking forward to promos from the end. I was like, okay, like they had a pretty good batting average, I feel like for probably
That's
like a
right. I
good
don't know
like
why
3-4 years.
I kind of like
So
put put Napalm in there, but
yeah, I mean,
they had like
I
Within
think that was the
Temptation or something. I don't know.
I think all that stuff was. I don't think that was on the end. I'd have to like. Maybe I'll pull up when we go to the next set of music, like what bands and albums were on the end, because I feel like we're missing like there's some big bands
I
besides
think so
Agalloch
too.
that were on
Yeah.
there. So but yeah, John just kind of like laid out in that interview clip you heard too, a kind of a tremendous amount of the band history and how they started to put together some of the early demos and things like that. And that's where we're going to kind of go in this next set is kind of looking at the demos and the influence of nature and then kind of the construction of Pale Folklore. And John's going to kind of talk about that in this kind of second segment and stuff. But and this really sets up kind of like the music that we're going to hear, which is kind of the two pre kind of Pale recordings, which was the the demo and the EP, which was called Of Stone, Wind, and Pillor, which they recorded in '98, but actually doesn't get released until after Pale Folklore. So all the stuff on Of Wind, or at least the song Of Wind, and I think a couple other tracks on that little EP were like right before Pale Folklore. So it's kind of like we're right on the sort of precipice of all that. And so I think like, this what we're going to hear here in a moment, the As Embers Dress the Sky, is a song that appears on the From Which of This Oak EP in '97, and it also gets re-recorded for Pale Folklore. And the version you hear in Pale Folklore is better for sure, but there are some kind of interesting differences between the one on that record and this, and we'll kind of get into it in a second. But so that's kind of where we're heading. And I want to share this real quick, and interrupt me if you want to, Mark, if you have something to throw out about that. But
Sure.
this is from the that Pale Folklore book that came out, where Chris Bruni from Profound Lore is interviewing him, and it's just one kind of John sort of statement where he's kind of talking about what the hell was kind of going on in this pre-era. And he kind of basically says the timeline is this. He says it started with a raw blackened song that was called Raven's Blood, which had the main riff from Embers, but was played fast like Impaled Nazarene. That song was then followed by The Wilderness. This was in late '95 and during a period when I was really into German and Scandinavian black metal. Eventually, Raven's Blood evolved and was slowed down and was renamed As Embers Dress the Sky. Both of those songs were finished, and This Old Cabin was started before I even met Don in '96. Things progressed rather quickly after that, and we both shared a fondness for gothic music and older heavy metal. We both also wanted to create a sound that was fresh and different from the majority of US black and death metal at the time. The songs evolved over the course of the next year and a half, and then we were writing all the way up until the time we were supposed to enter the studio. That's when She Painted Fire Across the Skyline was actually the last song to be finished, and even then we were still adding parts to it in the studio. I really wanted the album to open with this massively epic track, so it was important that that song appeared on the album. And so, you know, it seems like it started off as kind of like a John, I think, solo project with Pale Folklore, but then as
Mm-hmm.
Don kind of came into the fold, he's kind of adding these like, different leads and different elements and stuff. And it's almost like they had like an intellectual idea of what they wanted, but they were kind of seeing like how all these different influences were going to kind of come together, I suppose. And that's kind of the DNA, if you will, of where we're sort of heading with this. So,
Yeah, it
um,
seems like like John had like the idea kind of set up and put down, and then like actually found somebody that he felt could add something else to it.
mhm.
Like to have the trust to let somebody in on your baby there.
I think that's really. I mean, you've had obviously collaborations with Chris with starting Requiem, and then the collaboration that we sort of do here, and it's really hard to find somebody that shares your vision, but also has enough differences that make what you're doing grow instead of diminish. And
Yeah,
it's like that push pull. I mean, it's like a marriage, really. It's
it
just
is
like
having
kind of a
it's
creative
yeah,
marriage,
respect and
you know?
communication and yeah,
Yep.
like you see somebody that can bring something to a project that you can't do yourself,
Hmm.
and
And
it's like and it
recognize that.
works, and you recognize it. Like that's a rare
It's tough.
thing, especially having
Yeah.
longevity is really rare.
Well, and I think both our career paths are so singular and individuals. Like I get
Yeah.
to control my classroom and you as a freelance artist control like your stuff. And so we're not always naturally collaborators. You know what I mean? Like
Hmm.
like and that's why like when you find that sort of proof in the pudding, it's kind of a cool thing because like we're both like deeply independent, but we can kind of like find this mesh, you know. And I get that from John. John's fiercely independent, and he's got like his very clear ideas of what he wants this band to be. And I
Hmm.
think like what Jason and Don and others throughout their career have brought, and Shane and others have brought to the tables, it kind of adds the texture, and it's like that push pull challenge, you know. It's cool, you
Yeah.
know. So. Um, but yeah, so we're gonna trio songs in this next set. We're gonna hear As Embers Dress the Sky, the demo version from '97, and this is definitely, the inferior version, I suppose, but maybe there's some people out there that have only heard the studio version. So I thought it was kind of neat to throw an ode because it's kind of where the story sort of begins. Um, and you obviously get the lineage directly to Bergtatt here,
Yes.
besides keyboards, Shane Breyer on the demo is actually doing some kind of black metal vocals on it, and he didn't do it on the studio version, so that's kind of a
Okay.
little difference there.
Yeah.
And then, John and Don's riffs are just really addictive. The riff in As Embers Dress the Sky is not the most inventive riff. It's not clearly coming from stuff that we already talked about, but it's
Hmm.
like it works, and it's like I don't know, it's like a tremolo riff. Like, yeah, I can hear that all day and be like, okay, yeah, I've heard this a million times, but I still kind of like it, like
Well, it's, and
it
yeah,
scratches that itch,
I think that like anybody can do that tremolo riff, but the like what they're doing here and what even on early Catatonia stuff and Dark Tranquility, it's not just straight like it's almost like kind of veering off a bit or a little bit. There's something off in a good way about it that makes it less. It's like you you recognize it's like, oh God, I know what this is, but then it's slightly just like akimbo a little bit that makes it
Mhm.
more. I don't know, that takes it away from just being complete repetitive, you know, kind of just worship of a different band. But that really, I don't know, that early Gothenburg stuff just had that something that was like this urgency to it, or like really creative shit that nobody, like very ambitious stuff that not a lot of people had tried at that point.
The musical sort of barriers were being pushed. I mean, even like
Yeah.
you mentioned how much Sculptured had like a feel of like the early at the gates, and some of that stuff is just wild left of center ideas that like, Elf
Hmm.
and others were sort of bringing to the table with like Red in the Sky and stuff. So there's a little bit of that spirit in I think Agalloch, obviously, where there's like kitchen sinking it, but not to the extent where there's like overwhelmed songs, but they're definitely a band that clearly had a lot of influences, and they're trying to figure out how those things fit together, and there's probably moderate success, and like John even brings up, like cringe things where he's like, I don't think I would do female vocals again, but at the time it seemed to make sense, and it's
Yeah.
like there's a push pull of like, what do we want this to be, kind of thing. So
Well, if you look
um
back at your whatever you've done creatively, anything in your career, if you're a plumber, um, you're if you look back and see you don't see any things where you could have made it different or better, then I don't think you're really doing that good of a job. Like you're willing to make the mistakes and you're willing to like risk, putting something into a creative endeavor. I think without that, you're not going to have a lot of lasting longevity, I think.
Yep. I mean, when people say that they like check out some of our early episodes, I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know what we talked about, but I hope we said something with substance. I imagine we did, but at the same time, is like some of that we just were flying by the seat of our pants and just like, okay, like,
Yeah, they're
just be
going
aware they're not
quick.
like our new episodes, So
Yeah.
that's cool. It's like the Wild West. So, and even the acoustic part in As Embers Dress the Sky is a little bit different than the studio version. It's a little quieter, and the drums are definitely more primitive. And that's probably the demo kind of aspect to it. But
Yeah.
um, the explosive section that kind of kicks in at like the 6 minute mark is way more raw here than on the studio version. And so,
Hmm.
that's kind of cool from a quote unquote black metal perspective. There's a little more kind of cultishness to this version, I suppose.
Yeah.
Um, then we get to the Of Stone, Wind, and Pillor, which, like I said, was released in '01, but recorded in '98. And, you get finally you get the core four here, as Jason Walton is now on bass on this song, and he's helping actually write this song. And you can hear his kind of labyrinthian bass lurking, which you really couldn't hear on some of the early material, demo material stuff. And it's not unlike what Skull does, the bass player for Ulver, like how
Hmm.
on Bergstadt, the bass sometimes is like counter to everything else. It's like lurking underneath. Enslaved would often do that too.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like the personality of folk black metal. It just has to have like a bass that's almost as like a counterweight to everything else that's working. I'm sure
Well, I
there's
feel like
some.
you can't just Bobby doll it with that kind of music.
Yeah.
That's like because the riffs are already kind of repetitive anyways, and if you just had the bass just dunk 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 like open D or whatever, it
Mhm.
doesn't like I think this music really lends itself to that kind of like playfulness with the bass.
Sure, that's a good point. Yep. And you even get like some elements here that start to emerge, like kind of a doomy folk element that starts to creep in, that's pretty seamless with the black metal. And there's a really cool part at like the 540 mark of Stone that I say it's what I crave from early Agalloch. This kind of cool riff and just like melodies kind of starting to come together. And from there, then we get our first official Pale Folklore tune, and it's aptly titled Melancholy Spirit, which kind of is apropos for this whole sort of tone of what they're doing here. And it's moody, it's organic, it's kind of got a snowy, evergreen forest, open big sky. You can feel all that, Glacier National Park, there's this like quote that I think comes up in the interview, and I think it even comes up in maybe the booklet where they talk about like Pale Folklore was like our Montana record, whereas like the Mantles are like Portland record,
Hmm.
or our Seattle, our Pacific Northwest record. And there's like kind of this idea of like John talking about wanting to get back to the open spaces of Montana and like mountains and all these things that he sort of grew up around. And now he's like in this big city on the coast and he's kind of separated from some of that. And Walton kind of feeling that same drive and stuff. So I think you can kind of get that sort of vibe on this, the way you kind of hear nature on Immortal Records or Ulver, and that's kind of one of those. I don't know if it's a cliche of Norwegian black metal, but definitely like the idea of nature and the relationship to that and fjords and all of this
I
is
think yeah, Norwegian stuff. I think
inspirational,
it's being humbled by nature. I think that's kind
Yeah,
of
yeah.
what Agalloch does as well as like the majesty of getting onto a mountain, looking out over whatever. Like I think like just being having like a spiritual experience just while being outside
Yeah.
witnessing the world around you.
And John will kind of actually speak to that in this next interview clip. Actually, he'll talk about kind of his perspective on how he saw things when he'd walk out of his house and different things like that. And even Joseph talks a little bit about that, like the sights he sees in Seattle and how like distinct the Pacific Northwest is from other parts of the United States. It has a flavor to it.
That's
That's
where
that's
the
pretty
Ewoks
cool.
live, man.
It's true. That's Ewok territory.
But I can kind
Um,
of I mean I've always intellectually understood like the that kind of draw power of like what these guys are kind of trying to turn into music and send back at us the feelings of what this how the nature makes them feel. But you know living out here now for almost 2 years I think, um,
mhm.
on 40 acres with woods constantly around you, being like humbled by the we got 13 feet of snow this year.
Yeah.
um, like that kind of makes it, I don't know, there's a different type of thought process than when I was living in the city. Like what where my mind's able to wander, but also like the respect of like you don't really see it as much like when you're when I'm living in like a row house of like how punishing the winter can really be. It's like, yeah, we
Mm.
get a little bit and that's done. But like here you're like we literally can't go to the mailbox because there's so much snow. And even putting on snowshoes to get there, I feel like I'm gonna die because it's so difficult to trudge through all that stuff. Like this healthy respect of, you know, nature. It's I have a different
That acknowledgement, it's like the head nod, like, okay, I,
yeah.
I see you, nature. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
yeah,
I
fist
must
bump.
obey
God
you.
bless fist bump.
Yeah, yes, exactly. You have the upper hand. I respect that. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Whereas I
bow
think
to
when
you.
you're down and even where I'm at, yeah, I've got some nature around me, but it's like public services are still like operating around me, like in
Yeah.
snowstorms and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I might have to plow my driveway, but I can still sort of get down roads and things like that. And I know you guys can too eventually, but it's a different thing,
Well, yeah,
where
the
you're at.
road commission's great up here, but when you get like we have a plow guy that we hire. Our driveway is about a quarter mile
Mm.
total. And it's yeah, it's it's
Yeah,
interesting.
for those of you that don't know, we're talking northern Michigan, up kind of by Traverse City area and
Yeah.
stuff. For people that know that part of the country, for
And
the
we're in the
United
snow
States.
belt as well. So like where we're at specifically is we got more snow than we've had in 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah, it was quite I mean, I had to actually pull I haven't had to plow my driveway in a couple winters. It's been pretty mild, but I had to do it twice this winter. So even down here, it was more extreme. So,
Yeah.
um, but yeah, Melancholy Spirit, as it appears on Pale Folklore, and this is why I kind of included it at the very end of this set. It's actually the album closer, and so yeah, I didn't know where to put. I was gonna put it at the very end of the episode, but that didn't really make sense with how I want to kind of end this. So it's like, here it is at the end of this little set. So it's weird because it sort of feels like the outro or the sort of like coda to everything.
Yeah.
Um, and it kind of operates. It feels like a Dance of December Soul or For Funerals to Come kind of
Well,
Catatonia type song.
there's a bit in there that's exactly a riff out of In Silence Enshrined from
Yeah,
Dance.
yeah, for sure. And even I get like even the tone of some of the things Don's doing remind me of like how Gregor plays on Shades of God. That kind of like approach, that Paradise Lost era, because that's such
Yeah.
a weird sounding record compared to like the rest of what Paradise Lost kind of does.
And
But
there's even like vocally reminds me of like the first Gehenna record.
oh, yeah, yeah, that's cool. I
That kind of
didn't pick up on that.
like real kind of low, almost like
Hmm.
whispery kind of thing. Not the hard rocker Gehenna, but the
Oh,
Norwegian
sure,
black
the
metal band.
Norwegian. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. And when the song kind of cuts out at a certain point and the kind of acoustics sort of come in, it's like it reminds me most of like Opeth Morning Rise. And kind of forget that there's like on those first two Opeth records, there is little pieces of sort of like they're proggy, but there's still like almost like blackish elements there. Not black metal, but like there's definitely like a darker element there before they really get more.
Full
It's like they
70s
don't have their
prog.
confidence yet. So like
Yeah.
there's still sort of like a little primitiveness to like those first two Opeths that I find charming. I love those records because of the era where I heard them. I get why maybe if you discovered Opeth in like 2005, like maybe those records don't mean as much to you, and I respect that, I suppose. But
Those are kind of the only ones I go back to still
mm,
is those
okay.
first couple. I listen to stuff so much, but like the new record was like it's fine, but that whole I mean it's cool. He's I mean I don't think he ever stopped growling live, but as far as
Hmm.
like being on the records, like I would like a little more death metal in Opeth, and it seems like they're heading in that direction. I was listening to an interview with Michael actually where he was like they were either going to do the record they did or they were going to do a complete death metal record
Mm.
that was like back to even not even Orchid but like even more intense. So
That'd be kind of fun to hear like through that lens, like what they are able to pull out. So
yeah, and still like really good musicians, but just a kind of like more brutal death metal record would be interesting.
yeah. But yeah, there's just something on like Melancholy Spirit. I just love the sort of lilting kind of meandering kind of quality to some of the things that they're sort of doing here. And
Sure.
that's kind of something those early Opeth records had. They weren't as like there was more meandering. It was like, oh, okay, they're just kind of wandering around this song for a while, you know.
Hmm.
Whereas like I think everything kind of in the 2000s was very like metered out, and that's fine. You kind of have to edit yourself at a certain point, but I don't know, it's like a charm to like they're like, how long should we play this riff? I don't know, keep going. Like
Yeah. Oh,
do it
here's
like
another
four
one I'm
more
going to throw
cycles.
in here and make it
Yeah.
even longer. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, something like Black Rose Immortal is like, oh, let's just make it 20 minutes. Let's fucking try it.
Why
There's
not?
kind of like something like weird about that I don't know. It's like Opeth's almost like too organized now. Like I think Michael's got it.
It's a formula.
Yeah, there's something a little, and there's something lost with that sometimes too, I think.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm not, yeah, no, it's just it comes out
no,
of
no,
taste for me for them
yeah,
now.
for sure, for sure.
But
Yep.
because just like I know how it is to do the same, doing a similar thing for years and years and years. It's really easy to kind of be like, oh, this is it. But I've
Yeah.
tried to, it's different when it's I don't know. I guess when I figured out what I wanted to do in the style I wanted it to be, I got different kind of opportunities that weren't just doing stuff for heavy metal or
Hmm.
whatever it might be, like lots of weird things. So I don't know if I was just doing, kind of like orthodox about I just want to do, you know, death metal album covers, how long the longevity I would have had if that was my path, I guess. So I never begrudge anybody for trying something different, but
I think
Opeth
like
just lost me along the way.
I explain sometimes to, like and this might come up on a recent episode, so I forgive people, or forgive me if I did bring it up, but as a teacher, like I have changed a lot of the classes I teach, like I'm not teaching a lot of things I taught my first couple years. And there's some teachers I teach with that teach the same thing and have been for 20 something years, American history all the
Hmm.
time. And there's nothing wrong with that. But like for me, there's a conversation I had with the counselor. She's like, Why do you keep inventing these classes? You're just giving yourself more work. I'm like, well, it's the only thing that gets me up in the morning. Like it
You need
gives
to be
me a
pushed.
purpose.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I like doing this, and yeah, it does
challenge.
create work, but it's like it's my form of art. Like I get to craft the sequencing of this class and find the right videos to tell the stories and film class and this class and that, and it's like it kind of keeps me on my toes, and I don't
Hmm.
feel like I fall into those like repetitious patterns of sort of like going through the motions or something, and it gives me some headaches and stress, but it's kind of good ultimately. I think it keeps me
I
sharp,
agree.
you know?
Yeah, like if I'm not working on a project that I feel like I'm gonna completely shit the bed on because it's outside my realm or it's just gonna be very difficult. I don't know. I feel kind of like bored. It's like a
Yeah.
good stress to have, I think. A
Yep, I
positive
agree.
stress.
Yep. So yeah. But so let's get into it. We're gonna hear from John part two here, and then we'll hear as Embers Dress the Sky, the demo version, and of Stone, Wind, and Pillar from the similarly titled EP, and then the first tune from Pale Folklore from 1999, Melancholy Spirit. Yeah, I don't know those guys. I knew December Wolves before this, but yeah. So I guess moving as we kind of move forward towards Pal Folklore, how important was kind of bringing Don into the fold, who also obviously had Sculptured at the time, and Sculptured, if I'm not mistaken, was signed at the end before you guys, correct? And was part of maybe building a little bit of that relationship. So I mean, I guess talk about like assembling the troops, Jason and Don, and some of the formation of Pale Folklore.
Well, I mean, I was writing most of Pale Folklore when I lived in New Hampshire. And at that point in time, I had no clear idea of what I was going to do with the band aside from recording material. I didn't know if I was going to record material by myself in New Hampshire or if I was going to come back to Portland and record with Don. And eventually I did. And then Jason had moved. He actually had moved from Minnesota back to the West Coast to join Sculptured. And so he was already in Sculptured when I came back from New Hampshire. Uh, and so yeah, we just decided to kind of do the whole incestuous thing where people play in several different bands, and I even played in Sculptured on one album. But the funny thing about that is we all kind of accepted that Sculptured was going to be the main band, was probably going to be the most like you know, successful or whatever commercially or whatever. Because Agalloch was so obsessed with, I was so obsessed with just like keeping in the shadows and being obscure and, you know, maybe releasing some split 7 inches or something. But so when we recorded the promo 98, Don kind of sent it to the End Records without me knowing. Because I would have never wanted to be on a label like The End because they were just too new and they were American and I was very anti that. I wanted to be on Misanthropy or I wanted to be on Prophecy and
So
you
yeah,
know that kind of stuff. At
avant
the
garde, something like that. Yeah.
Avant-Garde, yeah. I mean, I
Yep.
sent demos to all those labels.
Yep.
Actually have a really funny rejection letter from Prophecy.
Oh no.
So it's kind of funny how things have come full circle with
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
But yeah, I have it framed.
That's funny.
Well, I have it framed with the poster where we headline Prophecy Fest, just because.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, but no, he sent the tape to The End, and The End was the only label that was interested, and so I was just like, well, fuck, okay, let's sign to them, but everything has to be under my control. It's my way or the highway kind of thing, and that's where Andreas and I really butted heads. Like,
Mm.
I didn't want to do interviews, we didn't play live. I just figured that being obscure and interesting was enough to sell a record, which may have been true in 93, but it wasn't in 99. So yeah, there were definitely some awkward interviews that I did where I was kind of an asshole because I just didn't want to do it. Um, yeah, definitely some a teething process for that
Sure.
album.
Yeah. Well, there's no rule book to this, right? I mean, everybody's got to kind of figure shit out on their own,
Right,
and I
right.
understand because, coming out of the bands that were influencing you, I mean, there was something mysterious about Ulver. Like, I didn't know who those guys were,
Yeah.
for a long time, I mean, I knew that, Garm was in Arcturus and Borknagar, but for the most part, like everyone else, there was just a mystery surrounding a lot of the bands that you seem to have drawn from. And I think that that's one of the things that drew us to Pale Folklore when we first discovered it, because I think it was Chris that got it first. And he was like, guys, these guys sound like they're from Europe, and this is kind of happening in America. And we were super pumped because we were Europhites, obviously at that point, so, but we didn't know who you guys were. We just like heard that you guys were from the Pacific Northwest, or, there wasn't a lot of press about you guys, so
Well, we were also very influenced by Corvus Corax, who are also from the Pacific Northwest, and they put out a demo and an album, and I watched them live once, and it changed my fucking life. They were to this day one of the most impressive live bands I've ever seen in terms of the whole ritual aspect of their performance and the aesthetics that they had on stage. I mean, it was just mind blowing. And that I saw that show. They played a show with Blood Axis in '98, and we went to that show and we were just like, what the fuck was this? So that was also very influential later on when we started playing live. I remembered, what Corvus Corax did, and I was like, well, let's have banners, let's have wood smoke, let's, do all, let's do more than just play on stage.
sure. And then you could probably even see some connections with like Ueda and some of that stuff too, because they come out of that area with the hoods and, some of the more ritualistic sort of aspects of mystery, maybe. I don't know.
Well, I've known Jake for years. His previous band was very much like Cradle of Filth or Dimmu Borgir style, where it was lots of corpse paint and lots of,
Yeah,
he's always kind of been a part of that aesthetic, that, stage aesthetic. It's just different.
sure. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
like Agalloch never wore corpse paint as a band. I mean, I did
Yeah.
personally a couple of times, but as a band, no, we never did.
And that's not really how I mean, I knew you guys had black metal influences, but I also knew there was like the Catatonia and these other things there. So I just never really assumed that you guys would be that kind of a band, a corpse paint band. Like I thought of you kind of in
No.
a different light. So that makes a lot of sense.
Well, and we were, like I said, we were more influenced by bands like Ulver and In the Woods that were more mysterious. You
Mm,
half the time you didn't know what those people look like, you know, like that photo of In the Woods where they're all just kind of gathered around a fire. That's amazing because I most of those people aren't even the band members.
yeah. I mean, it's
And
like folklore type shit,
I learned that when I met the guys from In the Woods and
Oh
they
yeah,
told me
yeah.
that photo. And that's the other thing that's kind of interesting is, a lot of these bands from, 30 years ago when they were so mysterious, I've met most of them and they're like just normal people,
I
you
know.
know.
Yeah. No, I remember like the first time I interviewed Emperor in like '98, and it was like I think it was Samoth or Isan, or maybe it was both, and they were just like normal guys. And I had this like idea of the mystery of Norwegian black metal, and are these guys going to be intimidating? And it's performative. People are people. Fans are fans, that kind of thing. So
I mean, it's like Bergtatt was an album that changed my life in a lot of ways, my musical life anyway. And the last time I talked to Chris was at Roadburn, and we were just nerding out about Tears for Fears.
yeah,
So it's just like it's so
yeah.
strange.
Yep, yep, exactly. I know. And that's like a lot of the interviews I've done through the years, those are the things that like I've sort of bonded with bands over, because I teach film classes. I'm a teacher. So I teach film and I teach rock and roll history. And so I just, I've got my hands in a lot of other pop culture. I'm not just like a diehard metalhead that's only stuck in that box. And so I think that's one of the things that's always appealed about you guys is it's very clear where other influences are kind of coming from, right? And that's intellectually and spiritually, those are appealing things to me. I don't want bands that are just stuck, all the time.
Yeah, and like when I was taking the photos for the booklet for Pale Folklore, I did a couple of drives up to Mount Hood during the winter.
Yeah.
And on those drives, I listened to stuff like Naervaer,
Mhm.
the In the Woods project, side project,
Yeah.
and stuff like Cocteau Twins, because that's the kind of music that gets me more inspired, you know, artistically than stuff like, black metal would, so yeah.
I mean,
Um,
Joy Division and some of those kind
Joy
of things like
Division, yeah,
take me to darker places than
yeah.
many black metal records do. Nothing, no knock against that. It's just they tap into a different vein.
Oh yeah, and like Coil is like
Mm,
far more disgusting than any metal band
yeah,
in
yeah,
terms of just their approach and their aesthetic, and it's like, ugh. But it's so good.
yep, yep, absolutely. Well, speaking of aesthetic, I guess obviously geography has been important to the aesthetic of black metal when it comes to whether it's Scandinavia or like the Aegean with Rotting Christ and stuff. So I guess talk a little bit about, because this always comes up, growing up in Montana, then obviously relocating to Seattle, Portland, but just how the aesthetic of you guys and where you grew up geographically has kind of shaped the sound and vision, I guess, of the band. And I've often heard you say Pal Folklore is like your Montana record, whereas like the Mantle is much more Pacific Northwest in a lot of ways. So I'll get out of the way and let you kind of comment on that a bit.
Well, it's interesting because, a lot of the music that I was writing, like in '95 when I was living in Seattle, I missed Montana. I missed the winters. I missed the openness where there's not many people, and you could just walk into the woods, and I miss that. And living in Seattle, it's like you're living in the middle of the hustle and bustle. I mean, and this was '94. It's much worse now, but when I lived in Seattle, the only way I could escape the city was to go out to like Snoqualmie and Issaquah and that area to like hang out with the Wyndham Hell guys and go to the Twin Peaks locations and stuff like that. Um, so, yeah, I wrote a lot of that stuff for Pale Folklore, both when I was in Seattle and in New Hampshire, and I was missing Montana, but while at the same time I was living in environments that were beautiful in their own way. But I was just kind of stuck to the mountain aesthetic of Montana. And then, when it came around to listening or to writing The Mantle, yeah, it was very much a Portland album. I was very much it was during a time where I was like not listening to music, and Don and I were hanging out. We'd go to record stores, we'd go to concerts, but not metal concerts, and just kind of soaking up different influences. And I just remember that year being 2000 was a really gray year, and it really set the tone. I was like, I think the next album should be a gray toned album. And I had decided early on that I wanted the elk statue from downtown to be on the cover. I spent so many sessions getting photos of that statue. I have so many of them, which is good because that statue got destroyed and turned and taken down. But um, but no, I've just got like an entire book of photos of that statue because I just couldn't get the right angle. And it was an awkward statue to take a photo of because you have to stand literally in traffic to get it. But yeah, so I mean, that was the album where we decided, let's abandon the typical nature aesthetic and try something that's a little bit more urban, but mix the nature with it. And that's where the animal statues came into play. And it's, in Portland is very much it's our city. At that point in time, I mean, Don grew up here. It was very influential as a place to live, and so that's why we chose to do that for that album.
Cool, because like I'm from Michigan, but summer of 2000, I had gotten back from studying abroad in Italy, and my girlfriend back then and my Italian host sister flew in, and we decided to road trip them and show them America, and we drove down to Zion, and then up from Zion we went all the way to San Francisco, and from San Francisco drove all the way up to Portland and stayed there for like several days. And so that was my discovery of the Pacific Northwest, was that summer of 2000. And really I almost taught in Portland. Like I went to job fairs for teaching and looked at Oregon a bunch because I was kind of obsessed with that like part of the country for a while. And lo and behold, I got a job in Michigan, and here we are, 23 years later. But yeah, it's kind of cool you talking about like that summer, that same kind of era, of 2000, because Portland's changed a lot, obviously, since then, as has
Yeah, it's
Seattle.
unfortunate. Yeah, Portland's kind of gone downhill. It's kind of gone down the toilet, to be honest. I'm hoping that it will change, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely got a different vibe than it did in 2000, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Yep.
And it's like, and nowadays, I would never write an album about Portland. Whereas back then, I felt like I lived in a cool place.
Well, there was a
Like I
charm
used to
to it,
come,
quaintness
yeah,
almost to it,
I
you
used to,
know.
right. I used to go to Portland on weekends just to get away from Seattle.
Yeah.
Now I go to Seattle to get away from Portland.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's almost like what's happened in San Francisco. You know, like San Francisco used to be such a coolish place, and then the tech industry and just everybody kind of got priced out. I know it's different in Portland. There's obviously other issues kind of affecting that, but
yeah.
yeah, it is
Well,
kind of interesting.
what happened to Seattle is similar to what happened to San Francisco.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's more the tech kind of pricing out. So. That was the Melancholy Spirit of Stone, Wind, and Pillor, and As Embers Dress the Sky, the demo version. And so, yeah, we're kind of right in the heart here of Pale Folklore. We got a trio of tunes that we're going to hear, and we'll actually hear from Joseph Schaefer, who you heard at the very beginning of the episode, his kind of thoughts about the appeal of Agalloch and a little bit about how he kind of got them and why he got them for Northwest Terror Fest a little bit. So, and then we'll hear from John some more thoughts on Pale Folklore at the end of this set. So, kind of as we plunge, I guess, a little bit further into this debut, I wanted to share a few words, a couple of testimonials, and these are from Pale Folklore, this new booklet that Eisenwald put out. And so these are kind of just little blurbs that kind of musicians or people that were influenced by it had to say about both Agalloch and especially Pale Folklore. And so the first one, they're fairly short, so feel free to interrupt me in between. But the first one's from Austin Lunn, and he's the main guy from Panopticon, who very clearly have like Agalloch influence. If you hear like their integration of like Kentucky folk music and bluegrass into black metal and all that sort of stuff. I think the idea certainly was planted by the stuff Agalloch did. Um,
Yeah, the banjo is not too far off from some speed picking and black metal.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, for sure. And I've grown to really appreciate those Panopticon. They're a little impenetrable, but they're kind of like in a lot of ways, they kind of remind me like the American version of like Death Spell Omega or something like that. Like there's a lot happening there, but like if you can kind of like peel the layers back, there's like some cool ideas built in. They're
Yeah,
like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But
I've
here's what
heard he's a
Austin had to
very
say.
nice guy.
Yeah,
Lisa's
yeah,
actually met him before.
yeah, and that's what I think Joseph was saying. Like he's a pretty cool guy. I don't know how. I don't see a ton of interviews with him, but like I've seen it in Decibel and in a few other places. But
Yeah,
he
I've,
said,
I've I've drawn him for Decibel once.
oh yeah, that's right. I forgot that. He said the first muted hues of autumn begin to show as subtle orange and yellow appear on green maple leaves. Early morning hours are escorted into daylight by mist rising from rivers awaiting their yearly freeze. The cold stasis in gray and white after the final blazing colors of autumn are extinguished. Agalloch's debut album, Pale Folklore, encapsulates the autumnal phenomenon year after year. As summer's last breath is exhaled into the ether and the damp, cool nights turn into windy, nostalgic days with the rustling of leaves, shortened sunlit hours, and late dawn. This album carried the vibrant torch of its predecessors in the Scandinavian black and dark metal scene and stark neo-folk influences, but with that torch, Agalloch lit a fire that would provide warmth and light to a new generation of dark metal bands, stirring the souls and imaginations of countless bands to follow them into the autumnal haze. This album holds a deeply nostalgic place for me, as it certainly served as a huge influence in my own work, but also has been a constant companion since the day I first heard it 20 years ago. It has accompanied me on countless journeys to distant landscapes, wild and remote places, fire-lit nights beneath the stars from the green hills of Appalachia to the boreal forests of northern Minnesota to the glorious Pacific Northwest where it was created. The record is truly a gem for all who listen. Pale Folklore is anything but pale. Its memory burns brighter now than ever. This is pretty cool.
This is good. What did he write? I don't know how many episodes ago this was, but he had some other piece in some liner notes for a reissue. Do you
Was
remember what
it
that
him?
was?
Oh boy. It was something we covered?
Yeah,
Hmm. Fuck, I'd have to look back at our past episodes and see what it might have been. Yeah, it's a
it was some.
you
Yeah,
threw,
I have
you,
no. For some reason,
you
I'm thinking like Rotting Christ, but I don't think that's right.
might have been threw me for a loop there. It
Or
wasn't
Verathron or something. I don't remember.
I could see it being definitely like Verathron. That's kind of right up the alley of kind of what they're sort of doing. So it was a few years ago. It wasn't like super recent.
It
Is that
wasn't
what you're
super
saying?
recent. I don't know why that popped into my
Okay.
head, but I just remember
Yeah,
like shit. We did something else where
where
he
Austin
did.
came in, huh?
Yeah, he did a little. It
Interesting.
was something you read out of a CD
Prob
reissue
Okay. Yeah, I
of a
bet
band
it might
that
have
he
been.
covered.
Might have been Verathron. Maybe that split that they did, that really famous split. But yeah.
I'm
Huh.
not sure. Yeah, sorry to derail, but that's
No, no, you're
part of
fine.
my job.
You're fine. That was a good, yeah. Daniel Lake, who of course we've read a little excerpt from, is a very short passage. He just said, "Pale Folklore was a watershed moment in American heavy music when a few young musicians with a shared love of underground death metal and broad personal taste beyond turned their already virtuosic talents toward a fresh hybrid of metal and neo-folk through a gothic lens. What began as John Haum's solo creative outlet quickly coalesced into a full band effort to express the band's collective experiences of the wide vistas of western Montana and the astonishing geography of Pacific Northwest. Pale Folklore is a first, and because Agalloch refused to repeat themselves, it remains unique." So, well said there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's in that Chris Bruni sort of interview, at I think it's the very first question. Don had this to sort of say very shortly. He says, "I think it was talking about Pale Folklore. He says, I think it was when we really found our sound. I remember the moment John recorded the clean tone guitars for Hallways of Enchanted Ebony. When I heard those cleans on top of the heavier guitars, I thought, that's it. We basically mixed Fields of Niflheim with Ulver and early Catatonia. I remember our good friend Chris Maycock, aka Chris Black from Dawnbringer and Superchrist,
Oh
who
yeah.
was who was present during some of the recording, being really into what we were doing until John suddenly did clean tone guitars. So I thought we must be doing something interesting. So he was into it until they started doing something kind of counter. But I think that it's kind of an interesting way of sort of doing that. And actually, in part two that we'll be getting to, John kind of suggested that we play a Fields of Niflheim song, which might be the first time on this podcast that we play a field song. I know we've talked about him before, so he just said he was listening to a certain record a lot when he was doing the Mantle, and so I think that's a good.
Play Laura or something.
It's not that he picked the song. I kind of asked him what song,
Okay.
and so you'll have to wait for part two,
Is it
people,
off
to know what
Dawnraiser?
song it is. What's that?
It's off Dawnraiser, isn't it?
It is not. That's actually not the one he suggested.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's on their second one, Niflheim, that one.
Okay.
So the Niflheim. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Oh, so not so the industrial thing.
Um, that one's not as industrial. It's pretty Cocteau Twins. So maybe it's the one after that that's a little more industrial that you're thinking of.
Well,
So,
he changed the band to just the Niflheim.
oh, well,
Took
the
the
record's
fields
called the
off.
Niflheim, but it was still Fields on the actual thing. I don't know how
Okay.
that works. I have to look that shit up. Maybe that's your task. You can figure out what the fuck, because I don't know. And I think that's a band you were really into because they were huge for Bride and for Paradise Lost, right? They were kind of big influences.
Yeah, I mean, just generally
Vocally,
they were a more metallic goth rock band like Sisters
yeah,
too.
yeah. Than Sisters was. Who's the vocalist for Fields? That is it
Uh,
Andy?
Hank Carl McCoy.
Earl McCoy, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I wanted to say Andy McCoy. I don't know, or Hank McCoy from
Hank
X
McCoy's
Men,
an
the
X-Men.
Beast. Yeah, he's the Beast. Yeah, it's my boy Beast. So, and then I wanted to just share one more little sort of testimonial, and we'll kind of talk about the songs and kind of start to bring everything to a close. And this is from Jake Supershi from Ueda, who I think is a band from Pacific Northwest that definitely takes some influence from it, and also some other black metal bands, but. I think geographically, I'm sure he saw these guys, and even John says he's known him for a real long time. So, um, he says it's a rare occasion that a band's debut album strikes with such an imperative feeling that it instantly becomes a game changer among multiple genres. I remember hunting down the album Pale Folklore by a band forever to be remembered as Agalloch in the year 1999. Never had I heard a debut manage to weave through genre-bending greatness while perfectly capturing a warm and yet cold feeling that many others failed to create or recreate. Still today, this album stands the test of time, continuously delivering these warm chills with every listen, while bringing the listener everything they would want to hear within such an album, be it the melodic metal edge, gothic western atmosphere, or the ahead of its time orchestrated dungeon synth like interludes. Here you'll find everything that made this album and this band such a staple and influence among so many for years to pass and many more to come. So, yeah, there you go. So there's other testimonials in there too, but I'm not going to read them all. But yeah, definitely for people that dig Agalloch, this Pale Folklore book is awesome. I don't know how many they made, so it's on Eisenwald, so I'm sure it's a limited number. So
Is the
get them while
CD
you
in that,
can.
or is that a separate thing?
Yeah, it's got two CDs in it actually. It comes with some really cool bonus material. It's got obviously Pale Folklore as the first disc, and then the second disc is the Demonstration Archive EP, which features the demo, the Upstone 7-inch, and then the '98 promo, and then also a bonus song that was scrapped for Pale Folklore called Ashes in the Snow. So
Hmm.
yeah, I'm sure you can find
CD
that.
only, probably.
Uh, I think there might have been vinyl too. I think Luke, a friend of ours, Luke Walker, I think he looked into it and found, but I think the vinyl was probably sold out, if I'm being honest. I think those probably went pretty fucking quick,
I
the
wonder if the
vinyl. So
book is with it as well.
yeah, that I'm not sure. So because Luke looked into kind of trying to buy it and he's like, ah, fuck, it's already sold out. I'm like, yeah, sorry, dude. So I don't know. I'm sure
They have smoke
it's.
colored vinyl right now, second pressing.
Oh, okay. So it is available. That's cool. Huh, neat. Yeah, I wonder if the because it's a really substantial like photography. I think you saw it when you were over at my house.
Yeah,
It's a
yeah,
pretty nice
it's cool.
book. It's probably like 40 pages or so, of stuff in there. But yeah, so we're gonna hear a trilogy of tunes, and this is really for me the heart of this record. This is I have these real distinct memories of like Brian Allen, who is one of my former roommates and a friend of Mark and I's in college, and also a writer for Eclipse when we were doing that magazine.
One of the
When
editors. We had four
one of the others.
editors.
We did. Yeah. You were the art editor, and then there was editor in chief Chris, and then Brian and I were the I don't know, just general editors or whatever the fuck you want to call it. But
That was just a power play, but
yeah, I'm sure it was something. Yeah, just a title. It's like assistant to the assistant manager.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, this was a bonding record, and in particular, like the first time I heard "Hallways of Enchanted Ebony," it was like that was probably the song. Chris was like, "You gotta hear this one," and I just something about that opening kind of catatonia riff, that fucking hooky riff that guides, when he screams "as dark as the winter." That shit was like my fucking crack, like
Yeah.
that sick lead at 3 minutes, and then there's another really great lead at like 4:15. And it's like Don, you can tell has he's got a little of that Ingve in him, right? And he's like, but he doesn't like let it out too much. But every so often he'll show you like, yeah, I can fucking play if I need to, but we'll keep it simple. But I can
Yeah.
also fucking rip, when I need to. So I like that contrast that Don brings to the band, and really that coda at the end, that last 2 minutes, it's like really beautifully bleak. It's like something like The Cure would do on Pornography or something, where it's like, I love this. It's really pretty, but like it also makes me want to like die, or something. It's just got that like suffocating, beautiful energy to it. What are your thoughts on these trio of tunes? Because I don't know how much you listened to this when it came out. If you were kind of as much into it as we were, or
I
you kind
I
of
don't
start
think
hanging
I
out with
was.
us
I think
after,
I had this. I just had this record. I don't know if I had any other ones,
Okay, got it.
honestly. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of my great like CD purge. I don't think I do have. God, which one is that? I think I have a copy, like a thin line promo of the Mantle, like a
That
cardboard
makes
promo.
sense. Because that's when we were getting promo mania in like '02 from like multiple sources. So,
Yeah, I remember listening to Pale Folklore. I don't remember how far I really went with the
okay.
band for whatever reason, but
Yeah. Did you listen? I feel like you probably checked out Marrow because we were doing the podcast then. And I know that was on our best of 2010 for sure. But yeah,
I have
maybe,
no memory of it at all. But
yeah,
I
that's
very
their
well
most
could have.
black metal one. It's the angriest one. We'll get to that when we get to it. But, yeah, between like I think it was Hallways for me, and then She Painted the Fire Across the Skyline. That whole trilogy. We're only going to play part two and three just for time's sake, but you know that trilogy was like opens the whole record up, and right away it kind of announces itself. And when you get to the middle part, which we're going to hear part two, it's more like it's got these like arpeggios that are sort of going, and this blackened folk that really just like it was again, outside of maybe Ulver, but again, this doesn't quite. Ulver wasn't as like Catatonia Dark Tranquility, so like it was like taking the raw folk weirdness of Enslaved and Ulver, but then adding all these like Swedish melodies that I fucking loved on top. I was like, this is so strange. I didn't
And
really
like
know what
a
to think
nice
of these
like a
guys.
dose of doom as well.
Yeah, yeah, it,
Yeah.
it kind of had that enough melancholy and doom that it's which is what Catatonia Bray Murder Dick definitely had a foot in that too. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's all those things. So I really dug part two, and then it kind of goes into part three from there, which is definitely more intense, more kind of dissection and Skydancer riffs, and I even hear like some Dead Poem Rotting Christ era. Yeah, there's a little bit of that kind of
Okay,
chug,
that's very
kind of going
specific
on.
reference.
Yeah, but that was like their kind of like gothy era in the late '90s. That was like
Yeah. I
Triarchy
guess
and
I
Dead
listened.
Poem.
Yeah, I listened. I think more to what was the other one right before that?
Triarchy
Tragedy of
probably,
Lost
or
Lovers.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. So that
Dead
that
Poem. I
makes
don't
sense.
think I still have a promo of it,
Yeah,
but I
it's
don't remember
good.
listening to it that much. Yeah,
There's some catchy tunes, but it just
that's
kind of
like
had some of
every
that.
Riding Christ record is like that's good.
Yeah, it's got some catchy tunes. Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, so yeah. But yeah, cool. So let's get into it. We've got this trilogy of tunes from Pale Folklore, Hallways of Enchanted Ebony. She Painted the Fire Across the Skyline, Part 2 and Part 3. And we'll hear Joseph Schaefer here, just a couple of brief little comments from him. And then we'll hear John for the third time talking a little bit more about this record and then some of these songs and stuff. And then we'll come back and say our goodbyes and set up Part 2. So enjoy. Okay, so Joseph Schaefer, we've got you here, and obviously you are promoting Agalloch as one of the prime bands for this year's Northwest Terror Fest, and obviously for new Requiem listeners or people that are just discovering this episode, Joseph's been on many episodes we've done. We did Tribulation, Discordance Access. We brought you in as a kind of guest for some other different things kind of going on, and tell people maybe just a little bit briefly about yourself that maybe don't know your credentials and the bands and the different magazines and things that you're involved in.
Well, sure. Um, Thanks for having me again, as always. I was the editor of Invisible Oranges for many years. I currently write for Decibel Magazine on a monthly basis, and part of the reason I'm on this episode in particular is because I'm the head booker or talent buyer at Northwest Terror Fest in Seattle, Washington. And this year, one of our three headliners is, like you said, Agalloch. And that show's been a long time coming. We're really excited about it. I personally am excited to see it. And I know that a lot of our ticket holders are as well. So, like, a dream come true to be able to book them finally. When we started Northwest Terror Fest, they were not a band. And they've been consistently one of the bands we've gotten requests for the most often. So, you know, let me
I
take
mean,
off my
especially
business.
geographically too, right? I mean, geographically, they're one of like the big bands from that part of in extreme metal from that area, which I think
That,
is really cool for you guys to get them.
that's absolutely true. I mean, I'm going to try to not sound too much like a shill for my own project here, but that's hard to do just given the nature of
Oh,
things. But like, this is the truth. You know, Part of the reason we started Northwest Terror Fest was because the Pacific Northwest does have this super vibrant history of heavy music.
mhm.
And I think of what we do as kind of like a preservation effort almost. Like I feel like we're both a fest and like a little ecological preserve. Like, hello, big tech, please don't bulldoze every tree, every beautiful heavy metal tree. Um, and like part of the reason I moved to Seattle from the Midwest, people don't know, I'm from basically the same stomping grounds as Jason Mark. Um, but part of what lured me out here was, you know, to me when I was in college and in my late teens, early 20s, I, I thought that like Cascadian black metal, which is a term not everyone owns or loves, but like I feel like hey, Cascadian black metal was like the coolest thing. I listened to it all the time. I thought it was like mind expanding in this wonderful way. And you know, one of like Terrafest's prime directives is to preserve that legacy. Um, and there's not that many huge Cascadian black metal bands left that we haven't booked, except for Agalloch. They're kind of like the last big one. So that's just amazing to be able to do and be a part of their comeback.
Sure.
I mean, so here's the thing that I think about with Agalloch, right? So when you look at, if you haven't, listeners, pick up Dan Lake's US black metal book. It's really a phenomenal compendium on this stuff. But like, to me, when I think of Cascadian black metal, the bands that most come to mind are Wolves in the Throne Room, who we booked the first year, and Agalloch, right? And which is funny because I think neither of those bands really enjoys the tag. Not that I blame them, but like, whatever. It describes a thing. I think what they really did amazingly is both of those bands. How's this? I love European black metal. I love Summoning, Satyricon, Immortal, sometimes Emperor. That's sort of like the band of European black metal that I personally respond to the most. And one of the like uniting factors of that is it sort of captures the majesty of nature, or even the perceived majesty of particularly European, Scandinavian nature, and puts it into this fantastic context that like everyone has access to. That's like a part of what makes that stuff so intoxicating, right? Especially if you don't have the money to fly to Iceland to hop in a fjord, boop boop boop, which I've always wanted to do. I think the great thing about Cascadian black metal, but Agalloch in particular, is they were the bands that were able to accomplish the same thing with the Pacific Northwest. That probably sounds like basic, but it really is a special thing, especially if you haven't like been here, right? Like, I live here. You look at right outside my house, there's a bunch of evergreen trees. On the other side of that, there's a rocky shore that leads to Puget Sound. And it's raining right now. How cliche. But when the rain's done and it's clear out, I'm going to be able to see across the Puget Sound to another mountain range. It is very much what you think of when you think of Northern Europe. But it's also distinctly American. This is, as Seattleites like to say, this is occupied Duwamish land. It has its own context, its own history, its own flora and fauna. Fauna is also a great Cascadian black metal band, by the way. And Agalloch was able to do that and also take it to a national audience and an international audience and have that resonate with other people, which, like, if I'm honest, even a lot of the Scandinavian black metal bands never quite actually accomplished. So I think that's part of what makes them incredible.
clouds are blocking the sky as they took flight. I take the sunshine of our trust is on
I guess how do we get from the demos and of Stone to sort of Pale Folklore? And I guess as you look at that record, what are some of your fond memories of that record in terms of how it, how it's aged and looking back at some of the highlights of it that you're like, you know what, even though it's not perfect, like there's still some like legacy to that record when you look back at it today.
Pale Folklore.
Yeah.
My fondest memories were actually of gathering the photos for the album. Um, and just kind of going up there on several trips to Mount Hood to Timberline Lodge, either with Don or with Jason or my friend Aaron, and just taking photos of the wintry, landscapes and stuff. That's really my most the memories I have the most of that album. The studio session, I mean, that was my first like album that I ever recorded. It wasn't the first time I was in a studio, of course, but it was the first like album. So I had to step it up, and I'm a little bit of a sloppy player, to be honest. And I remember we were like recording like some acoustic guitar parts, and I did a transition that was a little not very good, and I was just like, we'll just keep it. And Don was like, no, dude, do it again, you know. And it was like, so he was there kind of cracking the whip, like, no, play it to the click, no, do it better, do it again, do it better, do it better. So this for me personally, it was a very stressful time in the studio because, yeah, you spend your whole life, preparing for your first album,
So, yeah.
and I didn't. Because I spent so much time working on the drum parts because I was playing drums as well as guitar and singing. So it's like all my focus was on the drumming, which at that point I hadn't really played with a click much either. So that was a struggle. And so yeah, that album was a big struggle for me. I mean, I'm sure if you were to ask Don or Jason, they would give you a very different answer.
So when you look back at it now, are there songs though that you think of still fondly or that have aged well for you that you're like, you know what, that song holds up, or that's like a classic beginning moment for Agalloch?
I think Dead Winter Days, that song is a banger. And I love playing it live. It turned out really good on the album. It could have been a little faster on the album actually, because we play it faster live. Yeah, unfortunately, I wish that we would have approached some of the other songs differently. Like, first of all, I wish we would have approached it like an album, like a vinyl album,
Mm.
because we approached it like, yeah, it was the time during of CDs, so it was like we have 75 minutes to make music, and I think that we should have cut it down to like 45 minutes. But I have the same argument or complaint about the Mantle too. I wish that we would have orchestrated Shane's piece better. Like maybe had, if we had the money and stuff, I would have preferred to have an orchestra do that.
Mm.
Instead of this sort of crappy sounding dungeon synth piece. Um,
It's very
I
of its
think,
time, 98,
yeah,
you know.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was kind of it was recorded during that era when where we thought that every band had to have like female vocals. So there's that, which we haven't done since, because that was definitely a trend that I got tired of very quickly. Um, She Painted Fire Across the Skyline. I wish that song we would have spent more time on, because there was a lot of moments in that song that were kind of just recorded on the spot in the studio, like that whole "I Saw the Nightfall" part. That was a one take wonder. And Don, basically I did it, and Don was like this, and I was like, okay, I guess we got it. I listen to it now and I think of different ways I would have rather approached
Sure.
that.
I think like kind of like Bergtatt, it's got like a raw charm to it. There's these like sort of like I don't know, and I know that's hard for I mean it's harder for you because you created it, but I guess as a fan, I can still listen to it, and I have been listening to it lately as I put the show together. I'm like, I don't pull it out as much as I did say in the early 2000s, but there's still a lot of really cool charm on She Painted the Fire and Hallways of Enchanted Forest, things like that, like really still like there's like these kick-ass moments where I get nostalgic and I feel that like energy of like 98 and what was kind of going on in the Euro scene and some of that.
Yeah.
So, you know,
Yeah. I mean, it's funny too because that was the first recording where Don got a feeling of how I operate because I would sit when we were getting ready to mix the record. I remember sitting down with Ron and I was like, I want the guitar tone to evoke wood smoke and wood grain. And Ron's like, what? And so Don would try to have to translate. He's like, I think he means like more like mid-range, you know. But that's literally how I would sit down and I would tell I would paint a picture aesthetically. I was just like, okay, I want this riff to sound like it's soaring through the sky over this mountain range. Can we do that? And there's a waterfall and and it's like and Ron's like, I don't know how to translate this. So yeah.
but I think that that comes out, and it's a question I have a little bit later. But like, there's a cinematic kind of quality to a lot of
Right.
what Agalloch does, and I
Right.
think I'm a cinema guy, but also a music guy, and I can kind of like synthesize those things in ways that I'm not a trained musician by any means, and so like I hear music differently. I don't really like. I can analyze music and I teach about music history, but I can't play music. So I probably approach it differently in terms of how I talk about it. Probably more like whereas like Don seems
Yeah.
like he's more of like a professional technical musician. So he's hearing you kind of be like, "What you want it to do? What? Okay, all right. I think I know
Well,
what that means in musical terms."
I remember there was a time when we were recording the Mantle with Ron, and I was trying to describe a sound. It was for my little lead that's in the Hawthorne Passage. And I was like, I really wanted to have this kind of like wavy, kind of shoegazy, kind of gothic kind of thing. And Ron was just like, I don't know what you're talking about. And what I should have said is I want this to have more chorus. But at the time, I was like, I want it to be shimmery and like
Mhm.
water. And and he was just like, he's like, well, what do you think of this? And I was like, no, that's not it. He tried something else. Like, no, like this, not like that. And I was like, and I can't remember what example I gave him, but he was just like, oh, you mean like Van Halen? And I'm like, sure. And he dialed up, a sound, and I was like, yes, that's the sound. And he's like, yeah, Van Halen. You wanted Van Halen. So, I mean, you kind of have to learn to speak the
Yeah.
language a little bit.
And nowhere in my brain did I ever think the like sentence shoegaze and Van Halen shimmer would like come
Right.
together. But there's probably an example there,
Well,
somewhere.
basically, what it boiled down to is I should have just said, I need a chorus effect. What chorus effects do you have? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. That was She Painted Fire Across the Skyline Part 3. Before that, Part 2. And then opened up with Hallways of Enchanted Ebony. Started everything off with a brief sort of some comments from Joseph Schaefer, who is, of course, the sponsor for Northwest Terror Fest, which you should all try if you're in America or you want to maybe have an excuse to fly to America. Although right now, I don't know why you would, but that's a different story for another day.
Well, to go to
But
Northwest
to
Terrorfest.
go to Northwest Surfer, and then you can go visit Vancouver in Canada and have a nice little vacation in the Pacific Northwest. But
Yeah,
yeah,
if
free
you go down
tickets.
to God, what's the town right on the edge between Canada
Oh,
and where there's no oh no, is it Portland where there's no sales tax?
I don't know. I haven't been to Portland 20
No, I
years.
think it's someplace in Washington. So
Okay.
like people come down from Vancouver
Oh, from Vancouver and
and
buy
buy
stuff and
stuff
then
like
yeah.
with no tax on it.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, so but yeah, thanks for that, Joseph. And then heard from John second to last time for this episode from the band and kind of talking about Pale Folklore there right before we sort of came back. But we're gonna kind of wrap things up and kind of sort of a reminder of the contest. Go to Instagram, find Requiem Metal Podcast, and when I post a little image promoting this episode, obviously share that, and then do what Joseph described, tagging Northwest Terror Fest in that Instagram post. So
And
you
then
know
you also have to walk under the Ebony Archway.
you got to walk through the Ebony Archway. Yeah, and you made a comment. I think this is I would love for John to confirm when you hear Hallways of Enchanted Ebony, you think of what?
The Ebony Archways.
Yeah, Through the
from
Ebony Archways from Skydancer,
is
right?
that the name of the song too?
It's Through the Ebony Archway, I
Okay.
believe. Yeah, let me look
It's been a
again.
while since I've looked at the song titles, but
Through
I
Ebony Archways.
okay. I
Yes.
probably know all
Yep.
the lyrics if the song started to play.
Yeah. But yeah, so that's the
Hopefully that's a
second
deep cut.
female vocal
Yeah.
song after Bolt of Blazing Gold on that record. So pretty cool.
I
But
still, as being a big poo-pooer of the last couple episodes of female vocals, I just wanted to say that I am not anti-female vocals. I don't like operatic female vocals generally.
do you like them on Skydancer?
I do like them on Skydancer, but a lot of that probably comes down to nostalgia. But now I would like to hear somebody like I don't know, like what was the chick from Person's name?
Oh, I don't know her name, but yeah, like that.
Or like blood ceremony, like something more kind of a little bit more oomph to it, like
Do
that
you
kind
like
of like a Ann Wilson kind of fucking
Sure.
voice.
So like Lucifer vocals and stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of like that.
Where
Yeah,
it's
I
not
get
this
it.
oh thing.
Yeah,
Like
I
I have a
can't listen to
problem
a
with
whole
it.
record like that. Like like on occasionally if it's a texture of something, I might have a little higher tolerance than you do, but
Yeah,
I can't really do that stuff. So yeah, I think there's something nostalgic about like that first, like Crestfallen EP and some of the vocals you heard on those, Gothic, obviously, where you're like, oh, you never heard anything like it. And so there's like kind of
yeah,
a cloud of nostalgia. And I also thought they reined things in. They're not like so bombastic that it's annoying. There's like a sweetness and you almost can tell like they might not be like wholly professional singers, but they might be people they knew that could sing. And there's something kind of cool about that. It's like this is my friend. She was in choir and she's got pretty voice, but she's not like a professional. She's not from a band or something. That's like a rawness to it. That's cool.
yeah, and, yeah.
So
We're friends, and she has no fucking idea what we're doing here, but she agreed to
yeah,
do
let's
it.
just throw her in. Yeah, she doesn't know what the fuck's going on. So but well, I did want to shout out a couple of our new patrons that signed up in the last couple of weeks. We have Rick A, who signed up. He didn't give me a last name, and then
He's probably
uh,
Canadian.
he might be Rick A. Yeah, eh. Um, but also Picker Paints at yahoo.com. That's what they signed up for on Patreon. So if you're Picker Paints at yahoo.com and you have an actual name, please let me know. I'd love to like
If I
shout
have
out
to
the
do
actual
some
person.
a little bit of detective work, I would say over 45, just because
Okay,
they have a
because
Yahoo
it's Yahoo.
account.
It's a
Yeah,
Yahoo. Okay.
that's all I
So
can say.
our perfect demographic. All right, there we go.
Yes,
Our perfect
a
demographic.
white guy over 45.
Yeah. Rick sent me a message. I'm trying to see if I can find it. I saved it, and then of course it's buried in some of my photos on the phone. But he sent a nice little message where he kind of talked about how much he enjoyed the podcast and stuff. And if I'll see if I can find it. But in the meanwhile, we also got a message about the last Hidden Death Doom episodes from Wade Conrad, and he just says want to compliment and shout out and thank you guys. We also shouted out Wade in the episode. He says I actually finished listening to it a couple weeks ago, but I've been busy with work. He says when you open up with October Tide, I knew I was in for a good show, and you all didn't disappoint. So many good bands covered, some of which I am just now hearing. Others are pretty recent adds to my own collection, like Paramecium, Unholy, and Phlebotomized. Like I've said, melodic death doom is one of the favorite things, and this episode shows some of the best. He says, I gotta check out some more Saturnus. Cheers, guys. So thank you for the feedback.
Yeah,
We always appreciate kind of getting those. And God dang it, Rick, I apologize. You sent me a little message on Patreon and I screenshotted it so I wouldn't fucking lose it. And now it's like buried somewhere in my phone sort of stuff here. So I screenshot too many things. This is what I'm like learning at this moment. So I'll see if I can find it. If not, maybe I'll share it in the next episode, part two of Agalloch. But you know, basically, we're going to end the episode with two tunes, one of which I added for John, because when I asked him what his favorite song from Pale Folklore was, for him, Dead Winter Days kind of has aged the best for him.
hmm
And so I was like, okay, kind of cool. And it's kind of got like that Brave Murder Day like sort of dissonant minor riff, which you can hear a lot of also post punk stuff. And I think this is the song in a lot of ways from that record that points to the kind of post rock influence that's coming on the Mantle, even more. And so we kind of almost get a hint for the future. So it's kind of a perfect song to kind of end with here. Um, so we're going to hear Dead Winter Days, and then we're going to hear Kneel to the Cross, and I'll talk about Kneel to the Cross here in a second. But um, you get like on Dead Winter Days, like not only just the hints of the post punk and the post rock kind of influence, but you even get like some more of those weird Garm cleans, kind of buried acoustics in the mix. There's a lot of really weird elements, and even elements that kind of remind me like Rapture, Futile. It's
Okay.
how like Rapture Futile kind of took the Brave Murder Day sort of thing, but did something a little bit different with it. That's kind of what I hear in a song like this. And that album I think comes after Pale Folklore, or maybe it's the same year, 99 or 2000. So they're kind of right in line with each other, but one's European and one's obviously not.
Yeah.
Um, but the reason why I wanted to end with Kneel to the Cross, which is a cover from a band called Soul Invictus.
The dude
This is
from Death
recorded.
in June.
Yeah, yep, the guys from Death in June, and they were listening to a lot of Soul Invictus and Death in June right after Pale Folklore, and so this actually was recorded in 2001, which is when the Of Stone, Wind, and Pillor EP came out. All right, whereas the title track was recorded in '98, but this is recorded after Pale Folklore. And I thought that, Chris asked them about this song in the December, or the Decibel Hall of Fame for the Mantle. And kind of, here's what Don said. I thought that was like kind of gives you some insight, I think why this song is like an important to get us to the Mantle where we're going to pick up. He says, recorded our cover of Kneel to the Cross right before recording the Mantle. That session did two things for what became the Mantle. Firstly, it allowed us to test out Ron Chick's new studio in his home, where we recorded The Mantle. He has since split ways with Soundtrack Studios. But secondly, you can tell from our arrangement of that song how we continue to approach our own material, such as in The Great Cold Death of the Earth, in a similar fashion as the cover. Um, he says it may sound funny now, but simply strumming an acoustic guitar in metal or any dark kind of music was unheard of back then. I and many others associate strumming chords with campfire music and ballads, not dark music. Neo-folk and Death in June's But What Ends When the Cymbals Shatter in particular was the first time I or anyone else in the band had heard full-on strumming in a very dark musical context. Most acoustic guitar or nylon guitar was finger-picked in a classical style when you used it in metal songs. Look at Metallica or more obviously Ulver's Kveldsfanger. Strumming on acoustic guitar seemed weird and out of place, and although we did that a bit on As Embers Dress the Sky. It wasn't until after our cover of Kneel to the Cross that we felt more comfortable using it to the extent we did on the Mantle. So Soul Invictus and our arrangement of Tony Wakeford's song really provided a template for the Mantle as a whole. I'd go so far as to say that it completely set the tone and compositional approach for the album. Anyone wanting to hear where the Mantle came from need only listen closely to Soul Invictus's The Blade album. So I think like, if that's kind of the exclamation point for, to lead us in a cliffhanger to part two, where we open this whole episode with the Mantle, I think this cover is really sort of an interesting way of doing it. And in a lot of ways, like there's kind of like the feeling I get from this cover, and I did listen to the original once, and I didn't
I
get it
did
maybe
too.
as much from it, but maybe
Yeah.
you did. It kind of has like a folk horror element, and that there's something very folk horror about Agalloch's music, like it, and then part two, we're gonna hear some stuff from the White EP, and they sample the Wicker Man throughout like a lot of it, and
Yeah.
it's like that kind of starts to make sense, where the aesthetic of their sound goes with the Mantle, that they're kind of tapping into that nature horror that's like unsettling, like The Witch and Wicker Man and
Yeah, very
Midsommar and
pagan
things like
stuff.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like beautiful, but like it's a little weird. Like, and it kind of like it's like off a little bit. Neofolk is off. It's like beautiful, but also weird. Death and June's a weird band. Soul Invictus are a weird band.
So yeah, it's an
Even,
auditory version of like the blood on Satan's claws or something, you know?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's I think you're kind of spot on there. And the weird like singing and the pagan chants at the beginning of this cover, they kind of remind me like Swans, Children of God, where it's just like
Hmm.
repetitious and weird. It's like Neurosis weird too. I think
Yeah.
Neurosis kind of fits into this as well, you
Well,
know, and
Neurosis has what the fuck, what record is that? That has the Wicker Man
exactly. Yeah.
on the fuck, I can't think of.
It's oh shit.
It's the one right before Through Silver.
Yep. It's the one we did. We did a whole fucking
Yeah.
episode. It was the first Neurosis episode we did on them. God, we are really losing it, Mark, as we
Well,
get
we've got
older. And
so many
this is the
things
kind of
like all
shit I used
this.
to be able to recall.
Yeah.
And
It
I don't know
was
why.
well, I still try to, even like when we're having lunch or something out someplace and me and Lisa are talking and I try to, we're like coming up like what the hell was that thing? Plus it's like parent brain. But
Oh, I'm
I try
sure.
to, most of the time I can kind of like center and find it still without pulling the phone out. But
Yeah.
um
I think we were thinking of Enemy of the Sun. So
yes.
or no, Souls at Zero
Souls at Zero.
has
Yeah.
Wicker Man. So we didn't do that record. We did Souls Enemy of the Sun. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's Wicker Man on the cover and apropos, you know. So
Yeah. But just
um
like yeah, everything is as he's going up to be put in that effigy, you know, like all that kind of like on the face of it, it's not the chanting doesn't it's not like terrifying, but it's like it puts you into the sense of like you're completely out of your depth and you're
yeah.
messing with something you don't understand.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like what you were talking about before, and John in an interview earlier in the episode talked about relationship with nature, but it's like
Hmm.
this healthy respect for like things that are beyond you, you know,
Yeah.
like
There's things
you
we don't
can't
yet
control
understand.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. So, and I think that's a kneel to the cross is a kind of a cool way to sort of end this part one and kind of show you where this band is going to sort of level up in a lot of ways and take all the lessons and mistakes that they made in this early era and all these influences and kind of like focus them on the mantle, which a lot of people think, and you know, probably myself included, is like their masterpiece or at least one of them. And so this will be kind of cool for you with part two and three because I think you're less familiar with this stuff, so you're kind of going on a virginal journey into some of
Ah,
this a little
how
in a lot of
apropos
ways. Exactly.
with folk
Yeah.
horror.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, a little Wicker Man. We are not going to burn you in an effigy, though, Mark, because we
Thank you.
like you. So
Oh
yeah,
Lord,
you're
oh
good.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. No spoilers. I mean, Wicker Man's
Oh
only
yeah,
like
it's
50
only
years
50 years
old.
old. Yeah.
Yeah, 50 years old.
Everybody's
Just
dead
watch the
that's been in the
Nicolas
movie.
Cage version. You're fine. Yeah, that's
Oh
a
jeez. The bees, the bees. Didn't
oh
want to do
shit.
that.
So we're gonna wrap things up here. We'll hear from John one last time. He'll talk a little bit about neofolk and this cover. Very short little excerpt from John for the final time on this episode. But we will be back hopefully very soon. Hopefully with these are shorter episodes, they're a little easier to record for Mark and I. And yeah, and get into the contest. If you want to send us feedback to read emails that normally I can find in my inbox. Shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com or check us out, Jason and Mark on Facebook. If you become a patron and support us financially, that would be greatly appreciated. And we actually have if you are on Facebook, we have a private kind of Facebook group that
It's a
you can kind
wonderful
of
group where nobody talks shit about each other or
just
it
it's just
trolls.
sharing and it's just a lot of sharing and all that
And
good
like
stuff.
people
Yeah,
saying,
everybody's
"Oh
good
man, that's
natured.
awesome that you did that."
Yeah, yeah, it's
It's
like
very
everybody's
positive.
just really happy. So it's that's a nice kind of environment to be in and one that's kind of rare on social media these days. And then you can check us out obviously on Instagram too. And that's the place you're going to want to go if you're interested in winning three multi-day passes to Northwest Terror Fest. And we hope that someone maybe a patron, so I gave the patrons a little heads up, so maybe they're hungry to sort of do that and get out and see some of these bands, including Agalloch. So we've got Dead Winter Days from Pale Folklore, and then Kneel to the Cross from the Of Stone, Wind, and Pillor EP from 2001 to sort of end part one of Agalloch. So for part one, I am Jason.
And I'm Mark.
So I guess the transition, with the recording of the Soul Invictus cover, of Neil of the Cross, you guys seem to kind of unlock this like next phase almost of the band, leading to like songs like, In the Shadow of Our Pale Companion. Why does that seem like, in terms of things I've read, maybe I'm wrong, but that seems like a big kind of song for you guys, even though it was just a cover and it was eventually just kind of put out in an EP, in terms of like sort of predicting where you guys were about to go post kind of Pale Folklore.
Well, Don and I were really, really into the neofolk stuff, especially the World Serpent releases, Death in June, Soul Victus, Nature and Organization, all that stuff. And so we
Soul
wanted to
Invictus and Death and June are connected by a band member, right? Who came from an old punk band, I think.
from Crisis, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, that's right. Yep.
Tony was in the early Death in June stuff.
Okay. Yeah.
But we were really listening a lot to, and Kerr 93 was another one that we were way
Yep.
into. But we were listening to a lot of Nada and But What Ends When the Symbol Shatters and Rose Clouds of the Holocaust. Those albums were really inspirational for us. And at one point we were like, how can we like mix this with metal? And it kind of brought me back to our sort of doom death roots. And I was like, if we have the acoustic guitar be like the main thing, we could build around it and have it be like this kind of slow sort of doom death, but like with this acoustic guitar that's always strumming, and it's like a neo-folk version of doom death. And that's kind of where that started. And that's where Shadow started too, because it's not a fast song until the middle is a little mid pacey, but that's like Ennio Morricone influence. That's not even, yeah.
Yeah.
And that was the thing, is like when we were writing the Mantle, we wanted to step away from any possible like metal stereotypes we could. It's just like if it sounded too much like a metal stereotype, we would scrap it. And that's why I almost scrapped I'm the Wooden Doors from that album. It was too much like Pale Folklore. It was the first song that was written for the album, so it was the oldest song. And I almost scrapped You Were But a Ghost in My Arms too, because it was, once again, it was too much of a different direction. But thankfully we kept them because I like those songs. But yeah, that's where that started. And that's what ended up being, And the Great Cold Death of the Earth, to some extent Odal, the Hawthorne Passage, all had those elements that were influenced by neofolk.
arise. Summer is a-coming in, arise, 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 arise. Give us our bread and bury our dead and kneel to the cross on the wall. Whether burnt at the stake or drunk at the wake, just kneel to the cross on the wall. We've original sin, we might just get in if we beg to the cross on the wall. It's love your neighbor and rattle your saber, but kneel to the cross on the wall. See the roof fall, hear the bells crash, as flesh and bone turns to ash. Try to conquer the sun with a Christian frost. The corpse's stench beneath the cross, and give them the gold, and they'll save your soul. And kneel to the cross on the wall, and hail to the boss of the great unwashed, and kneel to the cross on the wall. They wail and weep the march of the sheep as they